Following the matters of CP 2026-21, Jabco Limited versus the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation and Power Cycle Limited.
Good morning, everyone. I confirm that everyone is hearing me clearly.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Can everyone who's on the link, please turn your camera on. If your camera is not on, you will be removed from the link. Thank you kindly for your patience. Yes, so Ms. Abdel, we will just see a little bit more on your face. We need to see your upper body, a little bit more of your upper body, please. Great. Well, now we're not seeing your face at all. Thank you, kindly. That should be good. Thank you very much. So, good morning again, everyone. I am Sparkle Quick Salmon. I am your panel chair. With me today are Ms. Sonia Valerie Kelsick and Mr. Raymond Smith. We will be your panel for today. For the record, may I have the appearances for the representatives, sorry, for the parties, starting with the applicant.
Hi, good morning.
Mr. Johnson.
Hi, good morning. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am.
Right. Good morning to members of the hearing panel and other guests. My name is Robert Johnson Atten, representing the applicant for Jabco Limited.
Thank you very much. The respondent.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the hearing panel. My name is Trisha Dyer. I am the Senior Legal Associate of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. With me today is Ms. Devi Jaikaran, Legal Officer 1, as well as Ms. Vandana Mana, Legal Officer 2. And on the link, we currently have Mr. Clyde Clark, who is the Transport Commissioner, as well as Ms. Abdel Adel, Khalida Abdel Adel.
Thank you very much. Right. Just as a reminder, the ground rules which you all should have received from the Secretariat. Just a reminder, if you are part of the proceedings, you have to be visible on camera from upper body up. If you have to leave the room, you have to indicate and take the permission of the panel. Ms. Dyer, so you had persons entering the room. Perhaps we could try to restrict the entry and exit of persons in the room. When your witnesses are giving testimony, please ensure that no one else is in the room. If there's any same room with you, please indicate. And as it relates to the witnesses, you all are not allowed to listen to the testimony of any witness before you give your evidence. So I know your witnesses are here already, Ms. Dyer, but perhaps as we go into the preliminary proceedings, they can be relieved in the meanwhile until they're required for evidence. So Mr. Clark and Miss Abdel Adel, could you use the name? Is the name? I'm not hearing you.
My surname is Abdal Adil.
Right, Abdal Adil. Thank you very much. Right, so perhaps the two witnesses for the respondent, and if there's anyone else with you, you all can be relieved until it is time to give your evidence. Someone from this Dyer's team will contact you all. Thank you, Mr. Clark. So We can proceed with the preliminaries as we found Mr. There is a witness on, confirming that all witness statements were filed, were served.
For the respondent, Madam Chair, all have been filed as well as served.
Great. And you have received the applicant's witness statement? Ms. Diana?
Yes, the respondent has received his witness statement.
Yes. Mr. Johnson Acton, you have received the 4 witness statements filed by the respondent, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Right. Before we proceed, Ms. Dyer, I have a preliminary matter. We have a preliminary matter as it relates to the witness statement of Ms. Andrews. There is an exhibit CA2 in which we cannot see the date and time on the email. Can you have someone resend it to the hearing, at least that exhibit, so that we can see the full date and time? Send it to all the parties as well?
Yes, Madam Chair, we will send it to you as well as the other parties
So,
as soon as possible.
great. So by the time we get to that witness statement, we all have a copy of it. Thank you. Right. So we will get straight into the witness statements. Oh, sorry, Mr. Sobers.
Hi. Consumables Power
Mr.
Cycle
Sobers.
Limited.
Great. Thank you very much. Interested party. Great. I omitted to take your appearance. Thank you very much, Mr. Sobers. So we'll start with the evidential objections. Ms. Dyer, well, both parties, you all will be invited to add anything further to the application for the evidential objections that you all made. Do you all want to add anything further for the panel's consideration? Let's start with you, Ms. Dyer.
Madam Chair, we stand by the evidential objections that were filed in this matter.
Thank you
To this
very much.
amendment.
Mr. Johnson. Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, okay? Is there anything further you would like to add?
No, Madam Chair, but do I have to reply to the respondents' objections, or how does it work?
Well, if you would like to, if you have a response prepared, right? You don't have to, but if you have a response prepared, we would allow you a few minutes to do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to respond. Again, good morning again to members
Morning.
and Chair. I will try to shorten this as much as possible.
Yes.
Of the respondents' 7 objections, the applicant would like to resist 2. It does not resist the other 5. As to paragraph 19, the source of that statement is my own knowledge and experience as the managing director of the applicant, and I say so now. As to paragraph 20, the letter is in the bundle and it speaks for itself. As to paragraphs 28, 29, and 30, the respondent says those passages are matters for the hearing panel rather than for a witness. The applicant agrees and does not press them as evidence. The hearing panel will form its own view on the figures, which are the respondent's own. The 2 that the applicant does resist are the first and the second. That is Exhibit G and paragraphs 5 to 11 of my witness statement. The respondent advances 4 grounds, and I take them in order it puts them. One, the respondent says the recording contains statements of parties who cannot be called or cross-examined. The principal speaker on that recording is the Transport Commissioner. The respondent has filed his witness statement in these proceedings at tab C3, pages 391 to 392. The one person whose words matter on this recording is the respondent's own witness. The second ground, which is the minutes are complete, agreed record. Madam Chair, those minutes were never furnished to the applicant, as clause 11.3 of the solicitation document
Don't happen. It's frozen on our end. It's frozen.
Hello?
Yes, you were frozen on our end for a few minutes.
Yes, I apologize. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I was saying, as I was saying, Madam Chair, those minutes were
Yes.
never furnished to the applicant, as clause 11.3 of the solicitation document required. And that is an agreed item 8 of the respondent's own agreed facts, page 347. These were produced for the first time on the 14th of August, 2026, 2 months after the meeting, and 3 days after the application was filed. The applicant has never agreed to them, and they are not an agreed record of anything. But the hearing panel may not take my word at that meeting at all. Item 2.4 of the respondent's own minutes, page 551 of the bundle, records the question. It reads, as long as the tender is submitted, can the samples be provided after the deadline date? And it records the answer as the question must be submitted in writing. And item 3.1 on the following page records that question could be submitted up to 1 or 2 days before the closing of the tender. The tender closed on the 3rd of July. The applicant puts its question in writing on the 1st of July and again on the 2nd of July. On the third objection regarding privacy, clause 11.3 of the solicitation document at page 517 provides that minutes of the meeting, including copies of the questions raised and responses given, will be furnished to all those attending the meeting and subsequently to all firms which have received the bidding documents. Everything said at that meeting was, by the respondent's own document, destined to be circulated to every attendee and every firm holding the bidding documents. The Transport Commissioner himself said so at the meeting, that minutes recording the questions asked and the answers given would be kept and would form part of the ministry's file. This passage is transcribed as page 559. There was no expectation of privacy in that room because the solicitation document promised publication. The fourth ground, which is prejudice outweighs probative value. Madam Chair, the recording is the only contemporaneous record of a meeting whose official minutes the respondent accepts it failed to circulate. its probative value is at its highest precisely because of that failure. The applicant did not create the evidential gap. It recorded the meeting because such minutes are not always circulated. And in this case, they were not. Chair, both cases turn on what was said at that meeting. In its skeletal submissions at page 748, the respondent makes positive assertions about what was said, that it responded to the first query, and that it directed the second to be put in writing. Its source for that is the very minutes it never issued. The applicant does not ask that those minutes be excluded. It asks only that the hearing panel not be left with one account of that meeting when there are two. The respondent invokes Rule 2.1. I would like to add Rule 2.2, which defines what dealing with a case fairly and justly includes, speaks of avoiding unnecessary formality and seeking flexibility, and of ensuring, so far as practicable, that the parties are able to participate. Those are the applicant's submissions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson Hatton. Ms. Dyer, do you have any response?
Madam Chair, the respondent stands by the position that it took in the evidential objections regarding privacy, in particular because there were other persons that were recorded aside from the Transport Commissioner as well as the applicant. But the respondent will be guided by the decision of the hearing panel regarding this issue.
Thank you very much. So it is now 10:31. The panel will take about 5 minutes. We will convene and get back to you all with the response on the evidential objection. So we do need some time to confer and discuss it. I would say actually, yes, about 7 minutes. 10:38. So if you remain on the link, just make sure you're muted and you can take your cameras off.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
They don't mention that he,
Good morning, thanks for your patience. Mr. Sobers, are you still with us? Great.
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much for your patience. The hearing panel has considered the evidential objections filed by both parties, and this is our order as follows. Upon reading the evidential objections filed by the applicant on the 26th of August 2026, and the evidential objections filed by the respondent on the 26th and 27th of August 2026, and upon consideration of Regulation 14.2 and 14.6 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Challenge Proceedings Regulations 2021 and Rules 2.2 and 8.1 of the Hearing Rules and Procedure for Part 5 Challenge Proceedings, it is ordered as follows. The applicant's evidential objection 1 in relation to the witness statements of Clyde Clark, Candice Andrews, Khalil Abdal Adil, and Natasha Sandy Agard are dismissed in light of the order dated the 27th of August 2026, in which leave was granted to the respondent to amend the witness statements to include the statement. The applicant's objection number 2 in relation to the witness statement of Candice Andrews is overruled. The applicant's objection 3 in relation to the material advanced by the interested party is dismissed. The respondent's evidential objections in relation to the witness statement of Robert Johnson Atkins, they are overruled. The panel considered that the applicant conceded to the objections as it relates to paragraphs 19, 20, 28, 29, and 30. We do agree with the respondent that some of these statements therein are speculative and are matters to be considered by the panel. However, the panel is of the view that to go through the exercise of extracting those portions, at the moment, we would lose the full context of the evidence. We will, however, apply the relevant weight when making our determination. Nonetheless, we remind you the parties of Regulation 14.6 of the challenge proceedings. There was one other, there was leave sought by the applicant as it relates to certain exhibits. There was no need to seek leave, so in light of the application for leave, leave is granted. So that's upon reading the applicant's request for the admission of exhibits M to P attached to the witness statement of Robert Johnson Atkins filed on the 26th of August 2026. Leave is granted to the applicant to admit those exhibits. So we will provide more fulsome reasons as to our decision in the written reasons that will be provided at the end of these proceedings.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diver. Mr. Johnson Atkins, do you have any concerns?
Madam Chair, I couldn't have heard you too clearly, but you were saying something about the applicant raising several objections. I don't think I followed what you were saying there.
Right. So you raised the first objection was in relation to the statement, the absence of a particular statement at the end of the witness statement, of all of the witness statements filed by the respondent. Subsequent to your evidential objection, there was an application to amend, it was granted to amend those witness statements. So in that regard, that application or that evidential objection was dismissed. Right? Likewise, there was an evidential objection as it relates to the a document from the interested party, right? But the interested party never filed any witness statements. Hence, that evidential objection was also dismissed, right? And the second evidential objection was as it relates to the witness statements of Candice Andrews. That evidential objection was overruled, so that information is admissible. Following, Mr. Johnson?
Understood, Madam
Right.
Chair.
And the fourth thing is that you sought leave to admit exhibits M to P, and we said that leave is granted.
Much obliged, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sobers. Do you have any concerns?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sobers. Before we proceed, Ms. Dyer, I saw two of your witnesses. Can you confirm that the other 4 witnesses are available to give evidence today? Other 2 witnesses, sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair, they are available. They would actually be present with me in this room and not online.
Grateful. And while I have your attention, Ms. Dyer, is there any other preliminary issue that you would like to raise before we proceed?
No other preliminary issue, Madam Chair, that I would like to raise at this time.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the respondent, Mr. Robert Johnson Hatton.
The
Mr. Johnson
applicant,
Hatton,
Madam Chair.
is there the applicant, sorry. Any preliminary matter you would like to raise before we start?
No, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Sobers, is there any preliminary matter?
No, Madam Chair.
Grateful. So we're about to start today's proceedings. We will proceed by inviting parties, if they so desire, to make short open addresses. It is not mandatory. You can take the opportunity or you can proceed directly to call your witnesses. You will call witnesses one at a time. Mr. Johnson Hatton, you go first, right, as you are the applicant. Then you will be cross-examined by the respondent's representative, as well as Mr. Sobers, if he so desires. Members of the panel may have questions for you, and then, well, there's supposed to be re-examination, but I don't know if you can do that yourself, right? So then we proceed to the respondent's witnesses, and we proceed in a like manner. Mr. Johnson Hatton and Mr. Sobers, you all will be invited to cross-examine the respondent's witnesses after they have been tendered for cross-examination. And again, the panel may have questions to ask. Stanley, you and your team, you would be invited to re-examine if the need so arise. Are there any concerns? Everybody clear about how we proceeded?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Grateful. With that being said, before we proceed, can we have a little idea as to how long you're expected to be with each witness so we can schedule the day a bit better? Ms. Dyer, in terms of the applicant's sole witness, can you give us an anticipated time frame?
And this is in relation to cross-examination, correct?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's okay. I would say 40 minutes.
Thank you very much. Right. Mr. Sobers, would you require any cross-examination of Mr. Johnson Hatton? If so, how long?
If so, 10 minutes.
Please. So that takes us to an hour. So Mr. Johnson Hatton, let's proceed with Ms. Dyer's witness. Mr. Clark, your anticipated time for cross-examination. Mr. Johnson Hatton.
Sorry, Madam Chair, you're kind of stuttering. I'm not hearing too clearly on my side.
Sure.
What?
Is everyone else hearing me clearly, or do I need to raise my voice? So
You're coming through
Yes.
clear, but you're coming through a bit spotted, so I'm not hearing the
So,
full,
understood.
getting the full context.
Okay. Right. So what we're doing is we're going through each witness and we would want the parties to indicate the anticipated length of cross-examination.
Sure.
So in terms of Mr. Clark, how long do you, an estimate of how long you think you may take to cross-examine him?
No more than 5 minutes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sobers for Mr. Clark.
I have no questions for Mr. Clark.
Great. Please, Ms. Andrews? Mr. Johnson, that's it.
Maybe same less than 5 minutes, Madam Chair.
Great. Mr. Sobers? Ms. Andrews?
No, no questions.
Great. Ms. Sandy Agard?
Same less than 5 minutes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sobers?
I have no questions.
And Ms. Abdal Adel?
I
Mr.
guesstimate,
Johnson, Adel.
I guesstimate about 20 minutes, Madam Chair.
Great. Right. And Mr. Sobers?
No questions.
Right. Thank you very much. So this is not necessarily the order. Ms. Dyer, you're welcome to call your witnesses in any order that you desire. Thank you. As it relates to the opening addresses, Ms. Dyer, would you like to make an opening address or?
Madam Chair, this time, no open address on the part of the respondent.
Great. Mr. Johnson, that's it.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, before we
before
proceed to the opening address, just one thing I omitted to mention. To all parties, I mentioned the re-examination, right? Just bear in mind that any re-examination must be on issues raised in the cross-examination. And bear in mind, Mr. Sobers, although you're allowed to cross-examine, it must strictly be on matters that relate to this particular challenge
Yes.
or raised in this particular challenge, right? Yes. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Sobers, would you like to make an opening address as well?
No, no. I'll save everything for the end.
Exactly. So Mr. Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, before I begin, may I make one short procedural application? Under Rule
So,
10.11, I believe the applicant closes first and the interested party closes last. The applicant is self-represented and will not have heard the respondent or the interested party's closing submissions when it makes its own. The applicant asks under Rule 4.11 for a short right of reply, limited strictly to any matter first raised in those closings, and limited to whatever time the panel thinks fit. 2 or 3 minutes, I would think, would be more than ample, Madam Chair.
yeah, so we have no objection to that, Mr. Johnson. It's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. So you may begin. So, Mr. Johnson, so you would give your opening address, then you would have to be sworn, right? So you give your address as in your position as your representative, then in your position as a witness, you have to be sworn before you start to deal with your evidence. Right?
Sure. Sure.
Right, and a reminder, Ms. Dyer, you can also inform your witnesses when you're asked to give addresses in your tender in your statement, you can give your office address, not your personal address. So, Mr. Johnson, you may proceed with your opening address, hopefully not more than 5 minutes.
I'll try my best, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chair and members, again, I am Robert Johnson Atten, the Managing Director of Jabco Limited, and I appear for the applicant. The applicant's case is that the contract was recommended for award on a test the solicitation document does not contain. Clause 20.1 required award to the tenderer with the highest weighted combined score. No weighted combined score was calculated for any tenderer. The respondent agrees that at item 30 of its agreed facts, and again in its own skeletal submissions. The applicant asks for an order under section 5010B that the 4 tenders already received be re-evaluated in accordance with clauses 19.1, 19.2, and 20.1, and that the reasons be recorded. It does not ask the hearing panel to rank the tenderers, and it does not ask for the procurement to be terminated. Most of what matters in this case is already agreed. May I add a word on the grounds, Chair, about the grounds? There are 3, and each one rests on a document rather than on recollection. First, the award was made on the highest raw technical score. The evaluation report says so at section 4.0, clause 20.1b. Requires that the combined weighted score, and none was calculated. Secondly, the sticker sample was treated as a matter of responsiveness. It is not. It sits inside a scored criterion. The respondent agrees that at item 25, and its own report records at section 3.4 that all submissions were deemed responsive, and records the applicant's status in the ranking table as responsive. Third, the report records no reason for any score awarded to any tenderer. Under each criterion, it reads proponent 1, findings, and then a number, 20 times. There's no text beneath any of them. And the applicant adopts both of the respondent's core issues, including the second. The appropriate action to be taken by the respondent to remedy its non-compliance. The applicant says the appropriate action is a re-evaluation. I will develop that further at the close, Madam Chair. It may assist, Chair. I say at once how little is actually in dispute. The respondent filed 32 agreed facts on the 24th of August. The applicant agrees 31 of them. And the one exception is a matter of correction rather than dispute. It concerns what the email of 13th of July recorded about when the committee met. And the applicant's position is the one less favorable to itself. The composite schedule at tab B5, beginning at page 346, sets all of that out in one place, with the respondent's items and the applicant's cross-referenced. Section 4 at page 352 lists the facts the respondent does not agree, and against each, the paragraph of the applicant's witness statement which answers it. There are 3 documents which decide this case. The evaluation report, disclosed on the 24th of August at tab D14, page 675. The respondents agreed facts of the same date, reproduced in the composite schedule from page 347 and the applicant's recording of the pre-tender meeting, transcribed at tab D6, page 555. The first two are the respondent's own documents. The third is the only contemporaneous record of a meeting whose minutes were never issued, which is itself agreed at item 8. As to the evidence, the applicant calls one witness, myself. My statement was filed on the 25th of August with exhibits M to P at tab C1, page 356. I will be available for cross-examination. The respondent has filed 4 witnesses at tabs C2 to C5. The interested party has filed none. And may I state the order the applicant seeks precisely, Chair? It asks that the respondent be required to re-evaluate the 4 tenders already received in accordance with clauses 19.1, 19.2, and 20.1, scoring each under the 5 technical criteria, calculating the weighted technical and weighted financial scores on the 70-30 basis, calculating the combined weighted score, and recording in the record of the procurement proceedings the reasons for each score awarded. Those are the applicant's opening submissions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. So, Mr. Johnson, we are going to have the hearing secretary read the oath to you, and then we'll make the oath. We will be off screen for a short while. The facilitators.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson Atten. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly declare sincerely and truly
to fairly and truly
affirm
affirm
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give to the hearing panel in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Can you state your name, address, and occupation for the record?
My name is Robert Johnson Atten. My occupation is an engineer and managing director of Jabco Limited. And my address is listed as number 113 Woodford Street, Newtown.
Grateful. And is it correct that on the 25th of August 2026, you filed a witness statement?
That is correct.
The contents bearing are true and correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And you stand by that witness statement as your evidence in chief?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, grateful. Ms. Dyer, your witness for cross-examination. Mr. Johnson Atten, the other parties will be allowed to cross-examine you now, starting with Ms. Dyer, the respondent, on behalf of the respondent.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh,
Good morning.
Ms. Dyer, sorry. Ms. Dyer, sorry, I omitted to have the witness statement tendered. Mr. Johnson Atten, your witness statement is tendered into evidence. Do you want to identify it, or you are good, Mr. Johnson Atten?
Sorry?
Would you like us to put it on the screen for you to identify it. We will put it on the screen so you can
Sure,
identify your witness statement.
sure. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Miss Dyer. Right, so this document here, have a look at it. This is the wrong one. What's documents? Right. Look at the document. Do you recognize the front of it?
Yes, Madam Chair.
That's great. We will scroll down so that you can see the end of the document. Do you recognize the signature at the bottom of this document?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is that your signature?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Great. With that being said, no objections, any objections from the respondent, interested party?
None.
No objections, Madam Chair.
No
Grateful, Ms.
objections
Dyer,
on my
Mr.
end, sir.
Sobers.
No objections, Madam Chair.
Grateful, Mr. Sobers. So with that, the witness statement of Mr. Robert Johnson Atten is standard as RJE. So Ms. Dyer, you can now proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Johnson Atten.
Morning.
Good morning. I have a few questions for you. And I mean, and you have been doing a good job in terms of answering clearly and loudly, so that the hearing panel, as well as myself and the interested party, can hear exactly what you are saying. If I, however, am not coming across clearly, please indicate, and I will adjust as needed.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Johnson Atten, your witness statements would have just been tendered into evidence and it's located at page 356 of the trial bundle. At paragraph 2, which is at page 357 of the trial bundle, it states that you were personally involved from beginning to end in the preparation of Jabco's tender, the events of the pretender meeting, the correspondence with the respondent's procurement unit, and the preparation of delivery of Jabco's physical sample. Is this correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, is it safe to say that you would have been well acquainted with the tender notice for this project?
Could you just repeat that question?
Sure. Is it safe to say that you would have been well acquainted with the tender notice for this project?
Yes.
Is it also safe to say that you would have been well acquainted with the events of the pre-tender meeting held on the 12th of June, 2026 for this project?
Yes.
Thank you. And is it also safe to say that you would have been well acquainted with the solicitation document issued for this project?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to address the hearing panel, if it is possible, for Mr. Johnson Atten to view the tender notice for this project that is contained in page 42 of the trial bundle, please.
So we will have it on the screen, page 42 of the trial bundle. Give us some minutes, we will have it on the screen, so that Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Mr. Johnson Atten, we will have the documents up on screen for you to have a look.
Sure.
You pick it up, it's in the large study.
The Is it possible for us to have it a little bit down? Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
And scroll down a little bit, please.
Sure.
Thank you. So, Mr. Johnston, is this the tender notice for the project that you indicated that you are well acquainted with?
Yes, it's a bit blurry on the screen, but I believe it's the same document we're talking
Okay.
about.
I'm going to ask you to read a part of it, so I'm hoping that you can make out the words, but I don't know if you have the track bundle with you as well. So probably you can also follow from your track bundle. Because I'm going to ask you to read, please, the line that for us that starts with bids must be deposited. So that would be probably the fourth paragraph.
Which part, Ms. Dyer?
The part that says bids starts off with bids must be deposited. Yes, I use highlighting it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think highlighting is making a difference, but I'm trying to pull up my page 42, as you say.
Okay.
Okay. So it says bids must be deposited in the tender box located on level 4, Ministry of Works and Transport Building, 41 to 43 Sackville Street, Port of Spain, no later than 3rd of July at 1 p.m.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Here in panel, is it also possible for Mr. Johnson Acton to be shown section 13 of the solicitation document, which is located on page 112 of the trial bundle, please?
Yes, please. 112 of the trial bundle.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson Acton.
1 minute.
Sure.
You will choose on 112. Right.
Mr. Johnson Acton, is it the solicitation document, or at least this page, is it the solicitation document for the project that you indicated that you are well acquainted with?
Yes.
And can you read section 13 for us, please?
1 minute. That's very up.
Tenders must be submitted not later than the date and time specified in the letter of invitation or procurement tender notice as specified.
Thank you. And you would have been shown the procurement tender notice in the previous document, which specified the date and time for submission of tenders no later than Friday, the 3rd of July, 2026 at 1 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I have another question concerning the solicitation document. What does D12, that section, states? Yes, the IT for 1 month. Get the exact page. It's on page 110. Okay, thank you. Ms. Banton, can you read for us, please, the D12? So it's D12.1 actually.
Tenderers must provide the following in their tender: the full name and business address of the tenderer, signature of the person making the offer, or in case of a company, partnership, or business firm, by a duly authorized officer or employee of such company, partnership, or business firm. The initials of the person making any offer must be inserted next to any erasures made or in case of a company, partnership, or business firm by a duly authorized officer or employee of such company, partnership, or business firm. D. Completed form of tender, bills of quantities, and particulars of tender. E. Valid income tax, VAT, and NIS certificates. F. All other information requested in the solicitation documents.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson-Atten. And just for clarity, can you please repeat what D12.1F says?
All other information requested in the solicitation documents.
Thank you. You would agree with me that section 19.2 of the solicitation document gives a breakdown of the other information referred to in D.121F that is required to be submitted by tenderers, correct?
Could you please pull up the
Yes,
clause
please.
that you're referring to?
So, yes, this would be page 115 of the solicitation document, the trial bundle. So it's actually 2 pages, 115 to 116. And it's section 19.2 of the solicitation document.
Okay.
Okay. So would you agree, I'll just repeat the question. Would you agree that section 19.2, as we see here on the screen, gives a breakdown of the other information referred to in D.12.1F that is required to be submitted by tenderers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what does the last line of section 19.2 say in relation to the technical evaluation? So that would be on page 1156. Under the security specification / innovation part. What does the last line say?
Sticker samples must be provided.
Okay, thank you. And you said in your witness statement that you were present at the pre-tender meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you read, please, the first 2 lines of paragraph 6 of your witness statement? and I will assist in pointing to the exact page number. That is page 358 of the trial bundle.
Okay.
So if you can just read for us, please, the first two lines, first two sentences.
Of which point?
Of paragraph 6.
At the meeting, another tenderer present in its printing asked the Transport Commissioner whether the solicitation document required tenderers to provide samples at all. He responded that he was not certain and could not say either way. I told him
Sorry.
that it did.
Go ahead, sorry. My apologies.
That this was stated in the solicitation document. He then
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's fine. You can stop at that Word documents. Thank you. And you filed a green fax in this matter, correct?
Yes,
Facts that were agreed between the applicants and the respondents, correct?
facts that, sorry,
Facts that were agreed between the applicants and the respondent, as in there's no dispute as to whether or not those facts are correct.
yes.
Okay. I would like to ask the hearing panel to please allow the witness to be shown item number 6 under the agreed facts. His agreed facts at page 317 of the trial bundle, please.
317, the trial bundle.
Mr. Johnson, I see paragraph 26.
Yes,
Can you read paragraph 26, please, as an item arising out of your agreed facts?
at a paragraph 2A6 of its reply, the respondent states that the requirement to submit sticker samples was a compulsory requirement forming part of the sticker specifications innovation criterion of Schedule 9 of the solicitation document.
Thank you. And on the 1st of July, 2026, via email, you would have sought permission from the respondent's procurement unit to submit your sticker sample after the submission date, correct?
Correct.
And in your application to review, you appended what purported to be a cover letter as your Exhibit D, dated the 10th of July, 2026, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but it sounds correct.
Right, so it's at page 29 of the trial bundle.
It's 29 in the trial bundle.
29, yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
According to your application for review, this cover letter was allegedly submitted with the sticker samples in the package that you delivered to the procurement unit of the respondent on the 10th of July, 2026. That remained unopened, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson-Hatton, can you read for us, please, the first paragraph of that letter?
We refer to the above mentioned referenced tender submitted by Jabco Limited in advance of the closing date of 3rd of July 2026 and to the mandatory requirements set out in the specifications and Schedule 9, security specifications/innovation of the solicitation document, which state that sticker samples must be provided with the option to modify. As stated in our tender submission, the required product samples were in transit at that time and are accordingly forwarded under the cover now that they have been received from our manufacturing partner.
Thank you. So, Mr. Johnson-Hatton, taking all of the above, would you agree that you understood throughout the tender process, and even at the time of the filing of documents in this matter, as we would have just read?
Hold on, Ms. Dyer.
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair.
I think to be clear to the witness, he should separate the question, ask him about the specific times. So during the tender procedure and at the time of filing is two different time periods. So in fairness to the witness, please break up the question, please.
I'm going to Chair, will do. So, Mr. Johnson-Hatton, taking into account the tender notice, the solicitation document, would you agree with me that you and the pretender meeting, my apologies, would you agree with me that you understood throughout the tender process that sticker samples were to be provided by the submission date of Friday, 3rd of July, 2026 at 1 p.m.?
No,
Okay.
that was a specific question which is in the minutes that I asked at the meeting.
Okay.
I also asked it again July the 1st via email as requested by the Transport Commissioner, and again on July the 2nd, and I never got any reply to this date.
Okay. Even though the words were clear in the solicitation document and the tender notice.
I'm sorry?
Even though the requirement to submit sticker samples were clear, at least on the submission date were clear in the tender notice, as you would have just read, the solicitation document as well as at the pre-tender meeting.
Well, Ms. Dyer, again, I would ask that you break it up. There are three different items. One is clear the document, solicitation document, the tender notice, and at the meeting.
Yes, I'm back there, Chair. And I move on from that question. Mr. Johnson.
No, you can ask the question, no, but we just need it recorded, his response to each particular item.
Okay, no problem. I'm back there, Chair. Mr. Johnson, you would have just read an excerpt from the tender notice. You say it was clear that the bids, which included the sticker samples, needed to have been provided by the submission date. Will you agree?
No.
That was. Okay. You would have read excerpts from the solicitation document that would have spoken about sticker samples being submitted by the closing date stated in the tender notice. Was that clear to you?
It was not.
Okay.
Again, that's why I raised it at the pretender meeting and again via email,
Okay.
and I never got a reply.
Okay. Would you agree with me that at the time of the filing of documents in this matter, that you understood that sticker samples were to be provided by the submission date of Friday, the 3rd of July, 2026 at 1 p.m.?
It was not clear. No.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, Atten, I put it to you that it was clear throughout the tender process that sticker samples were to be provided by the submission date of the 3rd of July, 2026. That was clear to you.
I disagree.
Okay. And I put it to you that you understood at the time of the filing of documents in this matter that sticker samples were to be provided by the submission date of Friday, 3rd of July, 2026 at 1 p.m.
I disagree.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the purported cover letter dated the 10th of July, 2026, based on the wording of that letter and the first paragraph that you read, that you understood that sticker samples were mandatory requirements as set out in the solicitation documents?
It is and was my understanding that sticker samples are required. The timing was and is still unclear. And that is the whole genesis of my questions from since the pretender meeting, which remain unanswered.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, in your witness statement at page 18, paragraph 18, sorry, which is on page 361 of the trial one bill. And I'm sure if it's possible for this page to be.
Ms. Dyer, can you give us the page number again?
Sure, page 361.
361 of the trial bundle. Give us some minutes and have it up.
Paragraph 18, please. So, at paragraph 18 says, and I quote, at Schedule 9 of Jabco's tender security specification/innovation, I ensure that Jabco's compliance matrix address every published specification. Immediately beneath that matrix, without being asked to do so, I had Jabco disclose its position on the sample directly and in writing, that the physical sample was not yet available at the tender deadline, and why. I considered this an honest course to tell the ministry plainly what Jabco's position was, at the same time as Jabco was still waiting on an answer to the query I already sent on 1 to 2 July. Mr. Johnson, was a compliance matrix specifically stated as information that was required to be submitted in the solicitation document?
Could you repeat that question?
Was a compliance matrix specifically stated as information that was required to be submitted in the solicitation document?
I don't believe so.
But you thought it prudent to create one because you did not have the sticker sample as yet, correct?
That is totally irrelevant to having a sticker sample.
Sorry, can you repeat that answer?
That was totally irrelevant. That did not factor in at all for me creating the compliance matrix.
Okay.
It was not a factor at all.
According to paragraph 18 of your witness statement, you state that this was an honest course to be totally upfront with the respondents regarding your non-submission of the actual sticker sample. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you also read the first 2 lines of the solicitation of paragraph 19 of your witness statement, which is the following paragraph?
The specification,
First 2 sentences, sorry.
the specification on page 44 of the solicitation document required stickers, which were tamper-proof, self-adhesive, counterfeit-proof, sequentially numbered from a 6-figure series, supplied in perforated rolls, and carrying a QR code. And it required customized hologram stickers bearing the word MTCA on the reverse. The words inspection passed and the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation on the front, and the coat of arms embedded in the holographic paper. Meeting those requirements called for specialized security printed material, incorporating tamper-proof evidence and counterfeit-proof features, which could not be produced locally at short notice, and which Jabco sourced from its overseas manufacturing partner. I was personally responsible for progressing.
That you can stop there, Mr. Johnson. Thank you. So the first line reads the specification on page 44 of the solicitation document required stickers. That's correct?
Yes.
You would have just read that. Okay. And please bear with me, just trying to bring out something here. Can we go now to paragraph 20? And the first 3 sentences of paragraph 20, can you read that, please?
As the tender closing date approached, it became clear to me that the samples bearing the final MTCA customized artwork would not be available in time. I therefore arranged instead for samples of non-customized products demonstrating the qualities required of the finished sticker to be couriered to Trinidad. They arrived on the morning of 10th of July, 2026.
Go ahead.
I repackaged
Yes.
them that same morning and personally caused Jabco's physical sample package to be hand-delivered to the procurement unit that day, 7 days after the tender closing date, under a formal covering letter addressed to the Tenders Evaluation Committee, Exhibit D.
So the
That
first
letter
line, no, sorry, the exhibit D is the last piece of that paragraph that I read. Thank you. So the first sentence says, as the tender closing days approach, it became clear to me that sample bearing the final MTCA customized artwork would not be available in time. Again, it appears that this is evidence that you knew that the submission of the sticker sample was required on Friday, the 3rd of July, 2026 at 1 p.m. Is that correct?
It was still unclear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson-Hatton. Mr. Johnson-Hatton, I see in paragraph 13 of your witness statement, which is at page 360 of the trial bundle.
When we get to paragraph 13, Ms. Dyer, based on the time that you indicated, you have 7 minutes more.
Yes,
So
I
that is
have
not required.
4 more questions. Yes, Madam Chair, I have 4 more questions. Right, so paragraph 13 of your witness statements of the trial bundle. I'm sorry, paragraph 13 of your witness statement states that no addendum was issued under clause 5.1 of the solicitation documents, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Johnson-Hatton, clause 5.1 of the solicitation document says, at any time prior to the deadline for submission of tenders, the employer may, for any reason, modify the solicitation documents by the issuance of an addendum, correct?
Yes.
And the solicitation documents would have outlined the deadline date for the submission of tenders, correct?
Correct.
So if no addendum was issued for this project, Mr. Johnson-Hatton, then would you agree with me that the submission date for tenders and by extension the sticker sample for this project remain as the 3rd of July 2026 at 1 p.m.?
I agree that the submission date for the tender was the 3rd of July 2026. I do not agree that the deadline date for the submission of tenders was the 3rd of July 2026.
You want to rephrase that question? I'm not trying to, but it seems as though you're saying 2 different things. Just
No,
trying to-
I'm saying the document, it was clear that the document was due on July the 3rd. It was not clear that the samples were required by that date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson-Hatton. Hearing panel, we have the respondent rest this particular part of the cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sobers, do you have any questions for Mr. Johnson-Hatton?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Atkins, is this the first time Jabco would have entered a tender with the ministry? Any ministry, whether it be the Ministry of Works and Transport before or the current ministry?
No,
What is your understanding of closing deadlines? Or that closing date that most tenders will have? Would the other tenders you have entered have that closing date?
I'm
Well,
not sure the
Mr.
question you're
Sobers,
asking.
hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah, that was 2
Mr.
questions. I'm sorry.
Johnson-Hatton, I
I'm
was-
sorry. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, let me ask the first one. What is your understanding of the closing deadline or dates on a tender?
Well, Mr. Sobers,
Mhm.
we would have to be specific because you're asking him to speculate if you're asking generally. So is it that you're asking his
Okay,
understanding
all-
of this closing date?
Madam Chair, all
What?
tenders have a closing date. I'm trying to establish or understand what is Mr. Atkins' understanding of that closure date on a tender that he has entered before, whether it be this one or previous
Right.
tenders.
Right, but if
Um,
you're asking about, we can only ask about what is currently before the hearing panel, right? You're asking him to speculate generally because things may be expressed differently.
Okay. Let me be more specific then. Mr. Atkins, What was your understanding of the closing date on this particular tender?
On this particular tender,
Mhm.
the understanding was that the information required of the tender must be submitted by the 3rd of July, 2026. The information.
Okay. Ms. Gaskin, Jabco was aware before the tender closed that sample required as part of the tender submission, correct?
No,
You weren't aware?
it was unclear. That's why I asked the question several times.
Okay. Jabco did not submit the required samples by July 3rd, 2026, which was the tender closing deadline, correct?
That is correct.
Jabco's samples were instead submitted on July 10, 2026, 7 days after the tender closed, correct?
Correct.
Before the July 3rd deadline, did the ministry give Jabco written authorization to submit its samples after the deadline?
The ministry gave
Okay,
no
hold on.
direction.
Hold on before Mr. Johnson Atkins answer. Right, after given Mr. Johnson Atkins' responses before, he has referenced two deadlines. The deadline for the submission of the bid and a deadline which he was unclear, he repeatedly said he's unclear about. So which deadline are you referring to?
In
So
this
I want you to be
particular
clear, repeat the question, but yes.
Before July 3rd deadline, did the ministry ever give Jabco written authorization to submit its samples after that deadline?
The ministry gave no response to anything Jabco asked.
Okay. Did the ministry issue any addendum extending the sample submission deadline?
The ministry gave no addendum as far as I'm aware of anything,
Did the
for
ministry-
anything.
Did the ministry issue any communication to all tenderers advising that samples could be submitted after the tender closed?
I think that's the issue. The ministry issued no communication whatsoever.
Understand. So when Jabco submitted its tender on July 3rd, it had received no authorization permitting it to submit that required samples later. Is that correct?
Again, Jabco received no correspondence whatsoever from the ministry to its questions.
So that is correct.
Okay,
Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I answered.
Statement that I outlined to you. You're in agreement with that?
Could you repeat the statement?
So when Jabco submitted its tender on July 3rd, it had received no authorization permitting it to submit the required samples later. Is that correct?
It received no correspondence whatsoever.
The fact that the ministry did not respond to Jabco's request did not amount to an approval of that request, did it?
hold on. That's nothing. Again, Mr. Sobers,
Sorry?
Mr. Sobers,
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sobers, are you hearing us?
I can hear
Are you
you.
hearing us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right, so I know you're on a roll with your questions and I appreciate that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have to get the record clear, right? Mr. Johnson Atkins repeatedly expressed his position that he was unclear about the deadline. So your reference to later than the deadline, right? It is an unfair question to him. So I would prefer that you rephrase that question as the later, because his position is that he's not aware of the deadline
Okay,
for the submission. Not the deadline for the submission of the tender, but for the submission of the sticker sample.
Can you identify any provision in the solicitation
So I know you're on
document?
a roll, but we have to be fair to the witness. And we need the record to reflect the evidence of it. So you could try
I
again.
understand, sir. I do understand. Can you identify any provision in the solicitation document that permitted Jabco to submit the required sample after the tender closing date?
Again, that what you're asking was unclear. That's why I asked the question.
Okay. Let me move on to something else then. Jabco received 4 out of 10 for relevant work experience, correct?
Based on the evaluation report, yes.
Were you aware that the solicitation established a minimum qualifying score of 50% in the applicable evaluation categories?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify any provision in the solicitation document that permitted Jabco to submit required samples after the tender closing date?
Didn't you ask that question already?
Yes, I did. My apologies. My bad. Ms. Atkins, would you agree that this tender was for the supply of a physical security product, the vehicle inspection sticker, not simply for the provision of a service?
Could you repeat that?
Would you agree that the tender was for the supply of a physical security product, the vehicle inspection sticker, not simply for the provision of a service?
I'm unsure of the question you're asking.
Do you agree that what we were supposed to supply to the government is something physical as opposed to a service?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that a physical sample allows the procuring entity to examine the verifying characteristics of the proposed product that cannot necessarily be established from a written description alone? Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes. Repeat.
Would you agree that a physical sample allows the procuring entity to examine and verify characteristics of the proposed product that cannot necessarily be established from a written description alone?
I agree.
Without the required sample being available at the time of evaluation, how could the ministry physically verify that Jabco's proposed product demonstrated the required security features, material quality, and other physical specifications?
By the evaluation committee's own report, they worked on a depiction which was presented in the tender documents.
A depiction? Are you talking about a picture?
Yes.
And you're saying they can do a proper evaluation based on a picture, not the actual product?
That is an initial evaluation. That is not the complete evaluation.
Would you agree that requiring all tenderers to provide samples by the same deadline allows the ministry to evaluate competing physical products on an equal basis and under the same conditions?
No.
Okay. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sewell. The other panel members will be invited. Ms. Gatzik has some questions. Mr.
Hi, Mr. Atten, thank you. So, Mr. Atten, the tender meeting, the pre-tender meeting was on the June 12th. And you were advised for the time to submit in writing your query. Could you explain the timeline, why it was not until June 1st, which was, why not sort of shortly after that you directed that query? What was the delay in that?
That would have, dear member, that would have simply been a loss of, what would I say? There's a checklist of so many things to do, including preparation for that tender, and it absolutely just slipped my mind, to be very honest.
So, and what time did you deliver this sample on July 10th?
At what
I
time?
think your email is 1:13 p.m., but what time was this sample delivered?
I believe it would have been probably about 11 o'clock or maybe around that time, 11 a.m. Maybe earlier, maybe a little bit later.
And in terms of the options for sourcing, could you advise, I mean, you indicated that you have tendered before for this product.
Not for
I
this
mean,
product.
what
No.
is the, not for this product, for sticker samples? Oh,
No.
no? For the Ministry of Works, okay, sorry. Could you advise the extent of the options for local supply?
Could I advise on the extent of the options for local supply? And I'm unsure as to
So
what
you
you're
had-
asking.
Okay, so you are sourcing your product internationally. Is that
Yes.
because there are no options locally to source?
As far as I am aware.
Okay. Yeah, okay. The other question I had, your company, you have listed in your profile a company, Jag,
Yes.
that was involved in printing. Is that part of Jabco, or is it still a subsidiary, or is it a company that's still in existence?
It is basically a skeleton of what it used to be at this point in time. But it's still in
Skeleton
existence
meaning
officially.
It's still in existence, okay.
Yes.
I think that's all I have for you, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Okay, no questions from Mr. Smith. So, Mr. Johnson Akin, if this the case for the applicant,
Sorry?
is this the case for the applicant? You close your case now?
Is it the case
Is
with the
this the,
applicant?
well,
I thought this was the
this is the end. Well,
cross-examination.
you're the only witness, so yes. So, okay, we're going to end, this is the case for the applicant. Because this is the only witness you have, right? So we'll move on to the respondent's witnesses. Understand?
Yes, thank you.
Right, take good. Thank you very much.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Johnson, again, you are your representative, so you can stay on. Ms. Dyer, you can call your first witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to call Mr. Clive Clark, please, as my first witness. He is in the waiting room currently.
Great. So once he comes on, we would have oath, and then you can lead in the evidence.
Madam Chair, I'm seeing him on. He just has to put on. his
Yes,
cap.
we are. Yes. Mr. Clark, listen out for the oath. You repeat the oath. First, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clark. Can you raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name,
I, Clive Clark,
do solemnly,
do solemnly,
sincerely, and truly
sincerely, and truly
affirm
affirm
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Ms. Dyer, you may lead your witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for joining us in these hearing proceedings today. For the benefit of all who are part of these proceedings, I would like you to kindly state your name, your work address, and your profession, please.
I am Clive Clark, Transport Commissioner. Currently, my work address is basically Southern Main Road, South Bank Road, Caroni, Licensing Office Headquarters.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And Mr. Clark, did you provide a witness statement in this matter on the 27th day of August 2026?
Yes, I did.
Are you seeing the shared screen before you?
Yes, I'm seeing the shared screen before me.
And is this your witness statement? At least the first page. We would scroll down a bit and so that you can see to the end.
Yes,
Where your
this is my
signature.
yes, this is my witness statement. It bears my signature.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And are the contents of this witness statement true and correct and to the best of your belief and knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I ask for the witness statement of Clive Clark, dated and filed on the 27th day of August 2026, to be tendered in evidence, please.
Thank you. Unless there are objections from the interested party and the applicant, the witness, no objections, Mr. Johnson Atten.
No objections, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sobers,
Yes? No objection.
no objection.
Objection.
Great. The witness statement of Clive Clark, sworn to and filed on the 27th of August 2026, is tendered and marked CC. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Ms. Dyer, do you have any more questions or you tendering him for cross now?
Yes, you can proceed to cross-examination now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Grateful. Mr. Johnson Atten, you can cross-examine Mr. Clark now.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you for being present today. Mr. Clark, I have basically one question for you, or two questions really. Well, first of all, do you recall myself being present at the pre-tender meeting? I believe it is one on June the 12th.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, I recall you being present. I also recall you came in a bit late into the tenders meeting.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clark, panel, may you please pull up Mr. Clark's witness statement on page 392 of the bundle.
392, bundle.
Okay. Mr. Clark, could you please read, are you able to see the document on the screen?
Yes, I'm seeing Mr. Johnson.
Could you please read your paragraph 6 of your witness statement?
The prospective proponent raised the question as to whether sticker samples can be provided after the deadline date if the tender was submitted. I informed said representative, the said prospective and proponent that this question will have to be submitted in writing.
Mr. Clark, do you recall if I was that proponent who raised that question?
Yes, Mr. Johnson, I definitely recall that question was raised by you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Madam Chair, no further questions.
Thank you. Any Any cross-examination, Mr. Sobers?
No.
Ms. Dyer, can you reach your mic, please? Ms. Dyer, can you reach your mic, please? Mr. Sobers, any question?
No question, Madam Chair.
Any re-examination so far, Ms. Dyer?
No re-examination, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We have Mr. Clark, we will have some questions for the panel.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hi, Mr. Clark. At item 2, you indicated that your role in the tender process was to provide information regarding the specification. And the clarification of the size and design. Was this a change? Are there any changes to what currently exists?
At the point in time, I saw my role again as two things. In the information I would have provided, I would have stressed on the importance of the size of the stickers, the need for the security features, and what type of system the stickers operate on. Hence the stickers played a critical role in the tender process.
So the question is, you currently have an inventory system of stickers.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Clark, can you look directly at the camera if you do have a document that you're reading from? You can be assisted with your witness statement. If you want to see your witness statement, we put it up on the screen. So look at the camera, not down at whatever is in front of you. Thank you. So continue, Ms. Gansey.
Right, yeah. So my question is, the reason for the tender was stated as because the current supply needed to be replenished. The current stickers that you have, was there a change in the specifications? Were there any added features?
Yes, there will be added features, change on the sticker based on the output, in the context of the security features. I'm trying to get you clearly, so let me see if I could more or less reiterate what you were saying. I would have pointed out that the sticker security features is important, and also based on the design of the sticker, because persons will up to we identify how the design ought to be laid out on the sticker. And therefore, persons had that liberty to put forward their design, but the sticker instructor had to remain the same because the way in which the sticker would have been aligned with the software system. For example,
You could continue, Mr. Clark.
For example,
Mr. Clark,
someone may, sure. Yeah, for example, the design of the background where the coat of arms might go, or where the variables, or where the artwork may go within the sticker, we had to ensure that artwork will line up with the existing internal system we use for printing the variables onto the sticker.
So I don't think you're understanding my question. The features, there are a lot of features that were listed. My question is, if you look at those features, are they the same features as you currently have?
Oh, yes, yes, they are.
Because
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
they
they're
are.
currently,
If you
and
like
so
the
the
hologram,
design is,
that's right.
okay.
And let me
So
just
who is the
clarify
current
again.
provider?
Pardon me?
No, I mean, I'm going to the reply. Who is the current provider of stickers?
The current provider of the sticker is a company referred to Power Cycle Limited.
Okay, so they are the current provider of and that last tender was when? When was the last tender? Was it also a 3-year supply?
I can't recall exactly. I could
Can't recall.
probably lean on the attorneys. I can't recall. Yes.
Okay. And And do you have an understanding of, under the tender proposal, I know you just gave the information, but what was meant by innovation? What was expected of innovation? Because if you have listed specific requirements of what you want, I mean, you explained there that you want to be sure that the code of arms is specific. What innovation, what would be described for innovation?
Okay, what we have seen with security features. So if we take, for example, tamper evident. Tamper evident is one sometimes if you peel a sticker off, it might self-destruct, leaving certain markings. I have seen from my experience with dealing with security stickers, sometimes the way these things self-destruct is different in accordance with different variety of samples and so forth, etc. And therefore, the innovation would have been beneficial to us by looking at to ensure the security features is not one that is easily duplicated. It is not one that is easily reproduced in the common market, and also to one in which the sticker itself could easily accommodate to our environment. By that I mean in terms of the conditions, being able to hold out for a certain period of time within the weather conditions.
And okay, so in terms of having a physical sample to inspect and evaluate, as opposed to a depiction or, you know, the supplier's data sheets, what would be the difference? What would be a significant difference in your terms of assessing that?
Oh, thank you very much for that. I'm questioning how many samples in situations like these where we are looking to test hologram and to test tamper evidence. Persons may sometimes tell you that some of the security features, if you angle the sticker in a certain way, if you place it within the sun, certain markings you will see. We were looking to confirm whether that would have been true. We would have also taken the opportunity to also test the sample to see how it behave within the tamper evident environment. And more importantly, we would have also looked at the size of the sticker, ensuring the sticker itself would have been able to meet the requirement in terms of the system in which it would have been utilized on.
Okay, so my last question is, did the evaluation committee request you to conduct any of those tests?
Pardon me? No, ma'am. My sincere
evaluation.
No, the evaluation committee did not allow me to carry out any of those tests. Additionally, I was not part of the evaluation committee.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Okay, Mr. Clark, I have one question for you. You were aware that Mr. Robert Johnson Atten, with his witness statement, filed a recording of the meeting on the 12th of June?
No, ma'am, I am not aware of Mr. Johnson filing a recording on that particular day. I was not informed of.
But you. Okay, so what we'll do, I want us to play a bit of the recording so you can identify. You can let us know if that is your voice you hear on the recording. Just give us a minute. Can we pull up Exhibit G? So the recording is quite low, so you need to listen up carefully, especially every other voice but Mr. Johnson Atten.
Also be mindful of the motor vehicle traffic Act 4850, Appendix 8 will give you some additional more information. You can see what we do is in context of legislation, right? So you can take those in terms of the operational aspect of it, where you have the date, the month on each side, because it's something we utilize in our operation, right? Just to be mindful. So at this time, I'll open the floor for any questions. Did you get a gentleman company? You signed your
Yes, yes, I did.
And just recap for you, just for this discussion here, the nature of the meeting is one in which you all have an opportunity to access the questions. So that's the gist of it, right? So let's go into the floor.
Right, Mr. Clark, do you recognize your voice? Is that your voice there?
That's definitely is my voice, ma'am.
Okay, that's what you said. It sounds like, doesn't sound like your voice.
It's definitely my voice, Chair. Definitely my voice. That's me.
Okay, great. Great, good. Do you want us to play any more of the recording?
No, ma'am. It's quite okay, Chair.
Yeah, sure. Okay, very good. Thank you. No further questions for Mr. Johnson Atten. By chance, Ms. Dyer, based on our cross, is there anything you need to clarify? What? Okay, Mr. Johnson Atten.
Hi,
Just
yes,
so before I get to. Yes, Mr. Johnson Atten.
hi, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Clark, one of the members, I forgot her name, was asking about what is.
No, Mr. Johnson Atten. Mr. Johnson Atten, is it that you want to ask further questions? I was asking Ms. Dyer to re-examine. Because your cross-examination was concluded. Is it that you want leave to know?
Well, I just wanted one clarification of a question the member of the panel had asked.
Okay, we'll permit it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, yes, Mr. Clark. So the member had asked what is covered under innovation. He went on to say a lot about the holographic, the size, the security tamper features. All of that was already stated as part of the criteria necessary of the security sticker. I don't think you made it clear what is really covered or how do you qualify an innovation. That's my question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chair, may I answer?
Yes, please, Mr. Clark, sorry.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Johnson. I believe I answered the question when I described in terms of features and what features we might be seeing coming out from your hologram, what feature we might be seeing coming out from your tamper evident aspect. And this is so because of the fact, though, that it is given the condition in which we operate and given the fact that that stickers itself is a critical role in the enforcement of inspection. Inspection cannot work without a sticker, given the system we have in place. We have to ensure that basically the sticker itself has that level of the opportunity for flexibility, the opportunity for change. And therefore, innovation would have been looking for markings of behavior coming out of the security features. And let me just reiterate again how your hologram behave itself when being analyzed, also to how the tamper evidence behave itself when being reviewed.
Mr. Clark, based on what Mr. Johnson asked, right? My understanding is that he's saying, other than what is required, right? Because what you explain is already a stipulated specification that you will expect the samples and the tenderers to produce. What else would you all consider additional specifications that would be classed as innovation? So Mr. Johnson Atten is saying that what you identified was already part of the specification. So the hologram and the security features, those are already part of the specification. For it to be innovation, it has to be additional to the specification. So he's asking you, what do you consider innovation?
But again, though, you see, one of the things, though, I don't think it would have been fair to look for something as innovation, something addition to the specification, because you want to ensure that person could have meet that requirement. So we were basically looking at innovation to how your security features behave when being reviewed. For me to add something else in the context of innovation to that sticker will be adding an additional security feature.
Right, but you always scoring, you always get the marks for innovation. You're aware of that, Mr. Clark?
Yes, I am aware, yes.
So you're understanding that the innovation included what was already required.
What was already required on the specifications, and also to how your security feature behave when being described.
So it's basically how the particular specification operates or behave. Great, I understand. Thanks. That's the extent here. Cross, Mr. Johnson, again.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Grateful. Ms. Dyer, any re-examination?
No re-examination, Madam Chair.
Great, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Clark, for taking time to come today. This is the end of your evidence. You are free to join in and listen because you are basically finished with your evidence, right? So thank you so much for making yourself available to the hearing panel today.
And thank you very much, Chair.
So you may come off your link, but you are free to listen on. Have a good day. Ms. Dyer, Mr. Johnson, I think Mr. God, super. It is now 12:44. I think this is an appropriate time perhaps we can take a break for lunch. See, because ask how long. We'll take about 45 minutes and we can resume at about 1:30 p.m. and we will continue with the respondents' witnesses. Please be reminded that witnesses are not to go on, at least those who have not given evidence yet, to go on and look at the recordings of these proceedings. Thank you very much. So we resume at 1:30 p.m. everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
As you recall,
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
afternoon, Mr. Summers.
Afternoon.
Recalling the matters of CP 21, Jabco
Afternoon again, Mr. Johnson. We await. You turn it on your screen for us. The camera, sorry.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Sorry about that.
Yes. Okay, so I see we have appearances as we go on all sides. So we resume with the witnesses for the respondent. Ms. Dyer, you are welcome to call your second witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to call Ms. Candace Andrews.
Ms. Andrews. She in with you, she's gonna come in with you.
Yes, she said us when she was outside, so we're just gonna bring her in now.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Ms. Andrews is here. She just needs to speak into the mic so that the camera can focus on her. She's on the other side of the table from me.
Right, okay, great. Ms. Dyer, is it possible that everyone in the room could be on the same side? Because we can only see apparently one side of your table. So you all don't need to move, perhaps. Can Ms. Andrews come on that side? Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll arrange accordingly.
So we're not seeing Ms. Andrews, so you will have to probably move one chair and move down a bit. Right, a lot better. Thank you very much. So Ms. Andrews, you're going to listen out for the oath, which you will repeat, and then you would start your cross-examination.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Ms. Andrews. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Candace Andrews,
Do solemnly,
do solemnly,
sincerely, and truly
and truly, sincerely,
and truly
and truly
affirm
affirm
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Andrews. Thank you for attending this hearing today. regarding these challenge proceedings brought against the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. Kindly state, please, your name, your work address, as well as your profession, please, for all parties attending these proceedings.
Andrews, we're not hearing Ms. Andrews. Again, Ms. Andrews.
Hi, Lily. My name is Candace Andrews. I work at the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, 41 to 43 Sackville Street, Huddersfield. I assume duties as the Administrative Officer 4 on the 30th of June.
Thank you. Ms. Andrews, did you provide a witness statement in this matter on the 27th of August, 2026?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I would like you to turn your attention to your left and look at the screen. And we're going to scroll down to the end of this document. And I'd like you to confirm, please, whether this is in fact your witness statement and whether that is in fact your signature.
This is my witness statement and that is my signature.
Thank you. And can you confirm, please, for all parties in this matter, that the contents of this witness statement that you have given in these proceedings are true and correct and to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I ask please for the witness statement of Candace Andrews to be tendered in evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Mr. Johnson attends, Mr. Sobers, any objection?
No objection.
Substance on my end, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, witness statement of Candace Andrews, sworn to and filed on the 27th of August, 2026, be tendered as CE. It's tendered, sorry, as CE. Mr. Johnson attends. So, Ms. Candace Andrews, you're going to be asked some questions, right, from the other parties. Mr. Johnson attends, you may proceed to cross-examine. Oh, just now, this is Ms. Dyer. Do you have any additional leading for Ms. Andrews, or she can be tendered for cross?
She can be tendered for cross now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson attend.
Good afternoon, Ms. Andrews. How are you? Hello?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Okay, I just have a very few short questions. Your witness statement, is it up for her to see?
You like us to put it up, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Just remind us of the page, please. I'm looking at it on a separate document. Oh, it was right up, sorry. Yes.
So, Ms. Andrews, attached to your witness statement, CA1, page 386. Email of 13th of July 2026 at 6:10 a.m. Ms. Andrews, were you the person that sent that email?
Yes, I was.
Okay. It states that the tender committee met on Friday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, they did.
And you sent the email on Monday the 13th at 6:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Friday of that week was 10th of July, correct?
The week before, yes.
Right. And do you recognize me as the proponent who would have come in on 10th of July, on the morning of 10th of July, to hand deliver the sample?
You deliver that sealed envelope, sir, but yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. July 1st email. Let's see. No evidence. The dates have been cut off. But
Mr. Johnson answered, we got the corrected version via email. Would you like us to share the corrected with the dates?
yes, please.
It wouldn't be part of the 12 months, that was document we requested earlier. Yes, so give us a second, we will share. At this time, I'd like to confirm whether you and Mr. Sobers got a copy of it, the email.
Let me check.
So this was the email I asked the respondents to send this morning.
Check.
In any event, it's going to be up on the screen now, so.
Right.
Yes, I did get it, Madam Chair.
Yes, Chair,
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
confirming
Sobers.
I also received
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
right.
So yes, document.
So, Ms. Andrews, can you confirm that this email dated July the 13th at 11:24 a.m. that I would have sent you that email and you would have received it?
I did receive the email, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think you have it as part of your evidence, but Chair, may I ask, the July 1st email that I would have sent to procurement requesting if the samples would have been accepted after the deadline date, would you been in receipt of that email or copied on it?
Because of my late assumption of duty in the department, I was not privy to the email because of IT issues. So I was not yet been able to access emails at the MTCA procurement email set. So the answer is no.
Okay. But you already named procurement officer for this tender, yes?
I came in not at the beginning of the tender. Like I said, I assumed it is on the 30th of June. As the administrative officer, and then approval came from OPR to have me named as the name procurement officer.
Okay, sure. Would you by chance know who would have been privy to that email?
The staff at the procurement unit will have been privy to the email.
Is there anybody in particular, a name?
There are 4 staff members attached to the procurement division, and they will have all been have access to the email.
Very well, thank you. I've noted, Ms. Andrews, in your witness statement, could you please pull it back up again?
1 minute, Mr. Johnson.
Page 383. Okay. So, Ms. Andrews, paragraph 7. The evaluation committee report reached you on the 14th of July, 2026. Is that correct?
The file containing the evaluation report did reach my desk on that date.
Okay. And you conveyed that to the PDAC, which is the Procurement and Disposal Advisory Committee, on the same day. Is that correct?
The file would have been sent to the PETA committee on that day.
Okay. Is it also correct to say that the signature page shows 3 of the 4 members signing the document on the 15th of July, 2026?
There is currently 3 members of the PETA committee. The 4th signature at the top of the page would have been mine. The procurement officer will prepare the minute, and I will have read the minute and signed off on the minute before submitting the file to the PETA committee.
I'm sorry, I think we're talking about 2 different documents. I am referring to the Tenders Committee report, the Evaluation Committee
Okay, so
report.
hold on. Mr. Johnson, can you refer us to the page so that it could be shown to the witness?
Okay, sure, Madam Chair. Just 1 second. Okay, Madam Chair, it is on page 475 of the hearing manual.
475.
Yes,
To give us some minutes and you have it on your screen.
sure.
475 or 675?
Page 475, Madam Chair.
Okay. Or 75. If the page that cites a recommendation of a word of confirm,
Yes, Madam Chair.
you may continue.
Yes, yes, Ms. Andrews. So, do you recognize this page as a page in the Tender Committee's report?
I recognize this page, but I did not view the evaluated report.
Understood. Thank you. But can you confirm that on that page, 3 of the 4 members would have signed that document on the 15th of July, 2026?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Madam Chair, I have no further questions for Ms. Andrews.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sobers, do you have any questions, Ms. Andrews?
No, Madam Chair.
Any re-examination, Ms. Dyer?
No re-examination, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Ms. Andrews, we're gonna have some questions from the panel.
Yeah.
Ms. Pelson?
So Ms. Andrews, a clarification. You state that you're currently an administrative 4 officer. Is that just the ranking, but that your actual title is as NPO? Or do you hold 2 different titles right now?
The position that I hold in the ministry is administrative officer 4. However, where OPR is concerned, that post is the new procurement officer post.
Okay, so it's kind of one and the same, it's just, okay, gotcha. Can you describe your procurement experience, and before assuming that title? I mean,
Before assuming the title, I have no procurement experience in detail. I have active in the post only 1 month, December 2025. So I have now resumed my position in the post and I am in the learning process of procurement.
so that is an NPO, but procurement experience may have been either in developing tenders, in reviewing tenders, in sitting on an evaluation panel in the 20-something, I think you're in the ministry 20-something years. What experience did you have in that?
And none.
So you've had no experience. So how did you then familiarize yourself with the requirements of being an NPO? Are there procurement guidelines within the ministry?
I familiarize myself by reading the regulations and by getting assistance from my procurement staff who has knowledgeable experience, years of service in procurement.
And you're aware of the significant obligations that an NPO holds?
Could you repeat?
Do you understand the significance of the role as an NPO, that there are significant obligations that you are in charge of?
I do.
Okay. In the statement from Ms. Agard, she mentioned that she indicated that you had assigned her as a role on this project. So did you have that? What was your role in this procurement that you would have assigned her to this project?
Ms. Agard being our only procurement officer, we usually assign all tender processes or files to her.
But was that just at the administrative, but would you have reviewed the documentation in order to, before you assign this to a junior staff member, would you have reviewed the scope of the project to understand what you were assigning her to?
So like I said, at the time this tender process will have begun on the 8th of June. And I will assume it is on the 30th of June. So she would have been assigned this project prior to my assumption.
But she indicated that you assigned her. That's correct.
No, I did not.
So what was the handover that the former NPO, what did that entail for you from the former NPO?
The handover would have just been what the NPO is supposed to oversee. So not an extensive handover was done at that point in time.
Did he hand over this project? What was the details he gave you into? This is a live procurement. Would he have handed over that? What handover did you have on this project?
This project was not handed over. When I assumed duties, I was told about the project and I just had to jump into the tendering process.
Okay. When you jumped in, did you read the solicitation documents? And the file, I assume there's a project file on what had transpired before on this project, on this procurement?
Yes, there is.
Okay. So in reading the solicitation documents, did you understand the evaluation requirements?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so on receipt of the evaluation report, did you read the evaluation report?
No, I did not.
So but you are responsible for forwarding it on to Ms. Agard, who then was responsible to forward it to the PIDA for the notice of award. It's a very significant document that your responsibility would have been to ensure that this document was ready to forward on.
It was my knowledge, it was told to me that the named procurement officer does not insert themselves much into the evaluating process of a tender.
So this was not inserting, but this was reading to ensure that the document was in order to be forwarded. That it's properly signed, that they had conducted the evaluation according to the solicitation document.
That was not done by me. The procurement officer would have been the one to go through the evaluation report to make sure that was done.
But the responsibility lies with the NPO. I'm not sure understand it. Okay. So I'm saying that had you read the solicitation documents and the evaluation report, you would have realized that the evaluation was not done in accordance with the solicitation document.
My apologies.
So okay. The second question you referred to, I think, is in your statement that you were shown the email of July 2nd. Yes, from the applicant.
The email was brought to my attention on the 7th of July that Mr. Hatton would have submitted.
So your indication was that you sought to get assistance in deciding what to do with that. Is that correct? Can you bring up that section from here? I want to see exactly what she said there.
This is a statement.
A statement, yeah, her witness statement.
So the witness statement of Candice Andrews, please. Just give us a few minutes, please.
Sure.
I think it may be item 2. Oh, witness statement. 388.
380.
It's item 5. Item 5, all right, okay. So, sorry about that. So you indicated that you did not have access to the email, but that on the 2nd of July, the staff had read the email in your presence and conveyed from Mr. Johnson Acton of the applicant to the unit's email address.
Correct.
And you attempted to make inquiries. To whom did you make inquiries?
I made inquiries to the subject matter expert, the Transport Commissioner, Mr. Clive Clark.
And who has the authority to provide for an extension of time? Is that not within the responsibility of the NPO?
No, it isn't.
Well, I think we should, is that? Okay, all right, so whose responsibility is it then?
It would be the division who prepares the tender document.
Okay, all right, I think, oh, one last question. What time did you receive delivery of the sample on Friday, the 10th?
Mr. Akin will have brought in a sealed envelope around 11 o'clock to the procurement division.
That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Okay, Ms. Andrews.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Andrews, I just have one question. Could you tell us who prepared the tender documents?
The tender document would be prepared by the division that requires the service.
So, isn't it within your ministry?
Yes, it is.
Right, and this is the ministry I've been working for 25 years, right?
Yes.
Well,
it is.
I mean, minus the name change. But,
Yeah.
so can you not give us the name of somebody?
But the administrative officer in currently licensing, Ms. Shanti Valdio, she would have been the one to prepare the tender document.
Okay, so I got the surname past you. Could you give us the
Shanti Valdio.
Shanti?
SHANTI.
Value, sorry. And could you give us the title again?
Administrative officer too.
Administrative officer too. And could you tell us the division you said?
Currently licensing.
Currently licensed. Thank you very much. Ms. Daya, do you have any re-examination?
Yes, I have one question, for Ms. Andrews. Ms. Andrews, there seems to have been some sort of confusion between who would have appointed Ms. Igard to this project. Seeing as the project would have existed before you became the named procurement officer, who would have appointed her?
Ms. Anne-Marie Singh, the previous NPO.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Daya, thank you very much. Ms. Andrews, you are relieved. You are welcome to watch the proceedings online, but you can you can exit the room at the moment. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and assist the panel. Have a good afternoon. Ms. Daya, you can call your third witness, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to call Ms. Natasha Sandy-Ivan. She's also president of Aviation. Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sandy Agard. So, Ms. Sandy Agard, you are going to hear the oath. You're going to repeat the oath before you start your cross-examination. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sandy Yeager. Could you raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name,
I, Natasha Sandy Eagar,
do solemnly,
do solemnly,
sincerely, and truly
sincerely, and truly
affirm
affirm
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Daya. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Natasha Sandy Agard, welcome to the hearing proceedings today. Can you state, I can speak into the mic so that everyone can hear you, right? Can you state your name, your work address, as well as your profession for all parties, please?
My name is Natasha Sandy Eagar. The legal address is 41 to 43 Southwell Street, Port of Spain, Ministry of Goods and Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. I am now currently acting procurement officer.
Thank you. Mrs. Agard, did you provide a witness statement in this matter on the 27th of August, 2026?
Yes, I did.
Okay, it was actually filed on the 28th of August, 2026. I just want to make that a note in our proceedings. And did you also sign this witness statement?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I want you to look to your left at the screen. Can we scroll to the top, please, and then make our way down?
Sure.
Okay, so I want you to look at this document and confirm for me, please, whether this is your witness statement and whether the signature at the end of this document is your signature.
Yes.
It is, okay, thank you. And would you say that the contents of this witness statement are true and correct and to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I kindly ask for the witness statement of Natasha Sandy Agard to be tendered in evidence in these proceedings, please.
Yes, please. Mr. Johnson Atten, Mr. Gart Sobers, any objections?
No objections, Madam Chair.
No objections, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sobers?
No
Thank you,
objections, Madam Chair.
gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Sobers. The witness statement of Natasha Sandy Agard is tendered as NSA. Dyer, do you have any questions to lead, or can we proceed to cross?
We can proceed to cross-examination, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sandy Agard. Mr. Johnson Atten will start first to answer some questions. Mr. Johnson Atten. Atten. You're muted, and we're not hearing you. Mr. Johnson Atten. Mr. Johnson Atten, you're muted.
Hi, sorry. Ms. Agard, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being present this afternoon here. You currently sit in the procurement unit at the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, correct? Hello?
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Stanley Egan? Okay,
Yes.
Ms. Diana, could you all put the mic a little closer to her, if that's possible? If not, just stay in, right, that is a good position there, Ms. Sandy Egan, yes.
Right.
You may resume, Mr. Johnson, that's it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Ms. Agard, I was just asking, you currently sit in the procurement unit of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, correct?
Yes.
And you have access to the email which is stated on the tender notice. I believe it is, let me get this correctly, MTCA, sorry. mtca.procurement@gov.tt.
Yes.
Right. And I've noted you've said in your point 4 and point 5 of your witness statement that you were in receipt of my email on July the 1st and July the 2nd.
I was in receipt of your email.
You saw the email.
I did, yes.
Thank you. And paragraph 5 of your statement reads that in response to that, those email requests, your statement reads that inadvertently no response was provided. Is that correct?
Correct.
Madam Chair, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sandy Egan. Mr. Sobers?
I have no questions, Madam Chair.
Ms. Sandy Egan? Just, you have some questions from the panel?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Egan, so you have been with this unit 20-something years. And you indicated that you became familiar with the general procurement and tender process used by the respondent. How did you do that?
The question you asked is in 23 years I've been in service, in public service, not in procurement.
Okay, so you became familiar by actually the work you conducted, not through training, not through the procurement guidelines or.
Okay, yes, that's why I first took up my accident course. Spain was administrative assistant in the procurement unit. So that was my first exposure to the unit at that point in time.
And your current responsibilities include managing the procurement and email portal.
Manage email portal, wait over here. The procurement unit.
So there's a general, yes.
The procurement email isn't really manned by employees here. It's a shared email. It is that everyone sees once there's enough information. It is that meets all the staff needs to use. But it's generally manned by everyone. So if something is sent to that email, it is all of us will usually see it at some point in time.
Okay, but you were assigned to this particular procurement. So is it that you would be responsible for retrieving or addressing emails particular to this procurement? Or is that the responsibility of someone else?
No, that would not be correct. Although if I was assigned project, there were different parts of the project that the procurement officer would do, and have certain things like the NPO would do it is, and you will have a club to have certain things you will do. It's combined effort. It's not like one person does doing everything.
So who takes action on it? So everyone in the department or the ministry views these emails. Who is responsible for actioning an email? How do you determine who actions it?
Most of the time it is the NPO, it is when there are responses to the emails and then if she needs information, like if a particular part of the process it was handled by me or by a clerk or whatever it is, and it comes in on the MTCA email, she will ask a question, whatever it is, that you need clarification on or whatever it is, and will give her the information and she will usually disseminate from there. Depending on what questions are asked.
Did you show Ms. Andrews the emails from the applicant and draw her attention to that it had not been responded to?
No, I did not. I did not draw her attention to it because I'm at that point in time. When we saw it, who shared information, but I did not specifically say, well, look, nobody responded to this email. No, I didn't.
All right. And who was responsible for doing the minutes of the pretender meeting?
We would not be privy to that as persons from the procurement unit did not attend the pretender meeting. So we would know who took the minutes at the pretender meeting.
Okay, so and when were those minutes sent to you?
That would have been, I'm not sure, but I was sent after the pretender meeting because it will usually be fully on the file. But it was sent after the pretender meeting.
But were you responsible for sharing documents to the tender evaluation committee, the solicitation documents, the minutes of the pretender? Did you forward those documents to the tender evaluation committee? The file that was sent to the tender evaluation committee.
The evaluation committee? Or the tender committee? Tenders. Can you clarify what this is?
The tender evaluation.
We got the evaluation committee. When once there's the file it comes with this very solicitation document. So when there's the tender, when the evaluation committee meets, they will have whatever information, will have the minutes of the meeting, yes, all those things will have been folded into the file. With the summary offers and all these different status and the documents signed, conflict of interest and all this stuff, all of it in the file it is that the evaluation committee will have to review.
So at item 9 of your statement, you indicated that the tender proposals were eventually given to the evaluation committee. It included the procurement tender notice, the solicitation document, the minutes and attendance register. So the minutes would have been in that file.
Yeah, it would have been forwarded. That was what I'm saying. It says after the tender meeting, it would send it. They would send it and it would be forwarded.
We get the document up so that you can. We put document up so that you can be.
So item 9. Can you read that?
Subsequently, the 4 tender proposals were assigned to me to ensure that the mandatory checklist was met, which essentially releases the proponent's statutory compliance. The tender proposals were eventually given to the evaluation committee, which was appointed together with the procurement unit's file for the project, which included procurement tender notice, of the 8th of June, the solicitation document and minutes of the minutes and the attendance registered in pre-tender meeting for the tender held on 12th of June 2026.
Right, so the question for that file which you had, when were the minutes prepared? Do you have a date of those minutes? When did you receive those minutes?
I will have to check the file because I will have the exact because I will know it be after it says the pretend meeting was held. But the exact date it is, I cannot say off of my head, no, I can't say.
Okay, can you say what date you delivered that documentation to the tender evaluation committee?
Well, the tender, that's when it is the evaluation committee met, which would have been, I think it was the July tender close. I will have to check to make sure it is, if it wasn't after, 2 days after, it is probably then we'll get the file, it is the evaluation. But I will say this, all of that will be the file. Because that file, you give that.
See, that's handy.
Yes.
So, the question I'm asking is what date if the TC committee was appointed based on what I'm seeing here? I mean, you wouldn't to verify that was July 9th. They met, according to the records I have here, on July 10th. I'm asking you, when did you submit the documentation to the tender evaluation committee? And did you forward that file that you stated there at item 9? When did you submit it to them?
When the evaluation committee was supposed to meet, I'm not sure what the date, that's what I'm saying, I can't get the date off my head right now. But it would have been when the evaluation committee was supposed to evaluate all the projects and everything. We will have the file, we will have the tender proposals, we will have all these things that is needed to do the evaluation project.
Okay. So let's go to I think further where you talk about that what you did when you were given the project. Trying to find where so under item 2, can you go to item 2? Okay, I think this would be like the last sentence. You prepared the risk assessment and procurement strategy.
Yes.
Okay. Did that entail doing a market research?
No market research would have been on the file that will come from the division. It says they will do the market research. And that will be forwarded to us in the file.
Okay, so the market, so you didn't actually do the market research, but the market research would have been conducted.
Yes. Yes, previously I was doing the market research.
Okay, did that market research indicate a lead time for the delivery of samples or delivery of the product? In terms of defining your procurement strategy, the elements would include one, what was the market? Is this a product that's available locally or has to be sourced internationally? What is the criticality for your supply? Because if the inventory system is low, what is the lead time that you needed? Does this sound like elements of what your research would have entailed, your risks, in assessing your risks and in assessing what the procurement strategy was?
Now, the question you're asking is if it is the market research held this information? That's what you're asking, right?
I'm asking
Yes,
if it was
Commissioner.
considered.
No, I didn't see they have that in the procurement, and I mean, the market research. If you're asking if it is, they would have the market research, whether it is something that they usually have, or if it takes long.
So what did you do? What was your risk? What was your research in terms of you conducted a risk assessment and procurement strategy? What did that entail? What elements did that have?
Well, the risk assessment is usually based on the financial, strategic, safety, and yeah.
Miss-
What
Mr.
do
God,
we usually do?
Mr. God,
What is it? Yeah.
Mr. Andy, Egan, we don't want to hear what you usually do. We want to hear specifically for this procurement, what was done.
But that's what I'm getting to.
No.
When does-
You said what is usually done. So, Ms. Egan, Mr. Andy Egan, I want you to listen to
Yeah.
me.
Mm-hmm.
The response we want must be solely related to this particular procurement that is under challenge right now. Not what is usually done. What was done, because in your witness statement, you mentioned the risk assessment and so forth. Ms. Kelsick asked you a question, we want a response as it relates to this particular procurement, not what is usually done.
Well, this procurement process, it is when I got the market research, you will go through it and see what are the specifics, which I will use first to do the risk assessment to know whether it will be of high risk. And which will depend on how much.
Ms. Brandy, that going to repeat it. Take your time. We don't want you to rush, right? We want to get the information that's coming to the decision, right? I don't want to know what you would do. We want to know exactly what was done.
I did the risk assessment based on the market research that was in the file at the time, which
Right.
given me
So
by
pause. Ms. Brandy, stop. Right. One thing at a time. What was the market research about in the file? That's what we wanted. And then we'll go on to the other question. Because you said you did the risk assessment based on the market research. What exactly was the market research in the file?
The market research showed what it is they needed, the items for, why they needed it, how much it would
No, Ms. Brandy.
estimated costs, it will have in the risk, it had in the market research. Then it will have justification as to how they would procure. Because in the market research, it had, let me make sure I get it correct. They had an estimated figure. They had the specifications of what is the want. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Okay, did it identify sources? Did your market research identify to you sources of the product?
Sources being available to
Yeah.
procure.
Where you could get the product from?
Where's the what?
Did the
I
market
didn't hear that.
research identify? So listen, did the market research identify sources? And by sources, we mean where you can get the product.
No,
So your market research didn't reveal whether you could get it locally or you had to get it for outside? Outside
No,
of
I-
to be what I mean, sorry.
no, I don't recall having that.
Can you repeat that, Ms.
Sandy?
I say,
Yeah.
I don't recall it having that, because you already have to do that. It is every single thing that I would remember now, but I do not believe it had that, you know.
Did it identify for you the list of potential providers?
No, they would not have listed that because this was an open bid, and it's not limited.
So did your risk assessment consider the timeline or the urgency of the need to replenish your current inventory? And what was that lead time that it gave you?
No, in our risk assessment and strategy, we would have like that type of time that's on it.
So how did you define this as a high risk? What led you to define it as that?
Well, the technical parts of it, because it was already a high value. It would have been high. So that I was more.
Sandy, your voice is going in and out.
Yeah, the sounds, we're getting a lot of echo. I don't know why we weren't getting that before. I don't know if maybe one of the other mics are on. Maybe it just needs to be your mic on. I don't.
No, my is on.
So the only element. So you're saying that the element of high risk related based on the value, your estimated value.
No, it would be high risk, high value, or low risk, low value, depending on that. Once it crosses 1 million, basically it is considered as high value. Now, whatever specifications it is that is needed or done, you would know whether it is high risk or low risk. But
How did you define it? What would you define this as?
This one was defined as high risk, if I'm not wrong, because of the technical stuff that was needed for it. It would have been high risk, high value. Because of the costing.
Both the cost and technical.
Excuse me?
Sandy, I am getting a bit confused. Why was it high risk? Is it the technical or is it the cost? Is it both? Is what?
I am saying it's high risk, high value. That's what the strategy is done. It was done this week. You check the values, you know whether it's high value or low value. Then it depends on specifications that you have in your document to know whether it's a high risk project or if it's a low risk project. With the technical.
Okay, Miss Sandy again, Miss Sandy again. I don't want us to speak about in general terms. We're asking specifically about this particular tender.
It's not, what I'm saying is not general terms. I'm telling you it is. That is how it is. It's calculated. It doesn't matter which one of the project it is. This is how it's calculated. Therefore, because of the value, it was high value. And because of the specifications that it needed from the project, it was high risk. Therefore, it is a strategy with the high risk, high value procurement strategy.
Okay. And what does that strategy then? What's the outcome of that high risk, high value strategy?
The strategy is that is what it is. You would forward to the PS for to look at to know whether it is to initiate the project. She would review that and the risk assessment. That is what happens when it is we do that. But that was what was done in this project.
Okay, and how did you determine, how was the timeline for the procurement determined? It's basically just a bit less than 1 month. High risk, high value procurement. Was
No,
1 month considered the timeline sufficient for, based on your market research, based on the procurement strategy and the risk assessment? How was the timeline determined?
The timeline for this project will have been determined when it went out.
So you said in your notice of tender, you set the closing deadline. How was that
The closing
timeline? You allowed tenderers basically about a month. How was that duration determined?
Well, in this project, it is, we had to wait for the tender to go out in the papers first. Right? Now, in the initiation of this project, it is, you will have had to go through the process, it is to get your drafts done and what information that is needed to be posted on the newspapers. That will have taken time. Right? Because you need to get all the approvals from PS and all the different persons it is pertaining to the information that needed to go out for this project. After that is done, and it is actually in the papers that you have a particular date, I think was the 8th. That was the particular date that it went
Okay,
out.
so let me stop a minute. I don't think you're understanding, Mr. God. I don't think you're not listening. Please try and listen to the question. What you're speaking to me about is your background administrative work, right? Once that has been done and you determine the date that you are going to issue the notice of invitation, which was June the 5th, you issued it. Having done all what you just told me you had to do, June the 5th, I have here as the invitation, date of the invitation to bid. You requested tenders in that notice. You determined that the close of bid would be on July 3rd. And my question to you is, that is essentially 1 month's preparation of a bid, as well as obtaining samples which you require. How did you assess that 1 month period was adequate, or that you felt that you could get successful tenders in that period for a high risk, high value procurement? That's what I'm asking you. How did that period, how was that determined?
Well, depending on the high risk, high value instance, you have a specified amount of days that is given for each project. This one was
Miss, hold on. Miss Agard, Miss Sandy Agard, we are speaking about this particular tender alone, Miss Sandy Agard.
What I'm saying.
Listen to the question.
No, it's not the question. What I'm saying, that precedent set for certain things that they have to go in. We have like high value, high risk it is. It doesn't matter what project it is, it will be 20 days. So that is why it is I have to say 20 days. Some of the projects and limiters that you have, it has specific timelines. Yes, it was 10 days.
Miss Sandy Agard, can you please listen? We do not want to hear about any other project. We just want to hear about this particular project. How did you determine the length of time? Because you mentioned 20 days. This project was not 20 days. How did you determine that you were going to give the date? I'm looking for the notice to actually put it up for you. But there's a date on the notice. Right? Did you decide that was the length of time you all were going to give the tenders? That is all Ms. Kelsey is asking. But you have to listen to the question properly. You're answering what you want to answer. Listen to the question. We're going to find I'm going to put up the tender for you. Give me a second. Think about it in the meanwhile. I'm going to put up the tender so you can look at it. But this is the tender, the invitation to bid, right?
Right?
Right. Do you know when this was published?
June 8th.
Hold on. That's June 5th on it.
That's the wrong, tender notice. It was 8th of June.
So you said it was published on the 8th of June?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Sandy?
Yes, the 8th of June.
It was published on the 8th of June. In that document, do you see a date where tenderers are required to submit their bids by?
The 3rd of July. And 1 p.m.
Right. Between the, right. So from the 8th of June to the 3rd, sorry, to the 8th of June to the 8th of July is a month, correct?
Yes.
No, I know. And so, and you would agree that the 8th of June to the 3rd of July is less than a month.
It is.
Right, but it's more than 20 days. How did you all decide you were going to give that particular length of time? That is all Ms. Kelsey is asking you.
But that is the specified time it is for certain projects.
Well, not certain. Is it that this is a specified time for high value projects? All high value projects you all give this time?
20 days, yes.
Okay, so I haven't checked, but I don't think that is 20 days, huh?
So in considering that time, did you consider the time to retrieve a sample? What, based on your market research, what timeline did your market research say would be reasonable for tenderers to provide you with a sample? Given the given the customized items, Mr. Clark, you before explained the security, the tamper-proof, the environment, customized specification. What did your market research indicate would be a time for the tenderers to provide you with a sample? Because that would go into the calculation of the time you permit them to respond to the tender.
It didn't specify.
It did not, okay. Did you consider it in setting the close of bids?
I didn't set the date for the close of bids. That would have been done. I expect the procurement specialist for the closing date, which would have been 20 days.
Is it procurement specialist? Did you give them?
Excuse me?
Who is the procurement specialist? Do you have a name?
Ms. Kulu.
Miss who?
Ms. Roshni Kulu. Ms. Roshni Kulu. ROSHNI Roshni Kulu. KOONW.
Okay, so I have one last question for you. Is there a reason why the minutes were not circulated to the tenderers? Could you explain that oversight?
I wasn't aware that it was supposed to be circulated.
Okay. All right. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith?
Okay, so Ms. Sandy Adar, I just have a few questions. So you are aware of the procurement record in this matter for this procurement?
You what?
the procurement record.
I'm sorry, I clarified this in my procurement record. I'm not sure what this in my answer.
You're not aware of what is a procurement record? The record of procurement, sorry. You understand what I mean by the record of procurement? So basically, simply put, is all the documents related to this procurement should be in one file.
Okay, procurement file, yes.
Right, so that file should be made available to the OPR. So
Yes,
can you tell us the market research is in that file?
it will be, yes.
Can you also tell us if the internal policy or there's any internal circular saying or stipulating that for high value procurements, you are limited to 20 days? Do you know if there's any policy like that in that file?
No, you don't have that in the file, no.
But that was the basis upon which you decided the length of this procurement.
Yes,
But that is not in that file.
no.
Okay. Sam, so we will ask for disclosure of that, but we will get to that towards the end. Right, but thank you very much for taking the time to come and assist the panel, Ms. Sandy Egan. You are relieved from, you're relieved from Ms. Dyer, any re-examination, sorry.
No re-examination, Madam Chair.
Thank you, yes. So Ms. Sandy Egan, you're relieved, thank you very much for assisting us. Just give me 1 minute before you leave. Right. Any Mr. Johnson, Acton, or Mr. Sobers, any questions for Ms. Sandy Egan before she leaves?
No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you all very much. Thank you again, Ms. Sandy Egan. You are relieved. You can look at the proceedings, but we ask that you step out of the room at the moment. So thank you very much again.
No problem.
Have a good afternoon. Ms. Dyer, you may call your fourth witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to call Ms. Khalila Abdal Adel. She is also in the waiting room. She's not with me. So she will be left.
Thank you. She's not in the waiting room, so perhaps you can let someone give her a call, please.
Yes.
Anyway,
Right. Yes, ma'am.
so we have the witness here. Good afternoon, Ms. Abdal Adel. We are going to read an ode to you and you have to repeat it for us and then Ms. Dyer will take over, right? So just
Okay.
listen out for the ode. Mr. Sobers, we are waiting your return. Mr. Sobers, if you don't turn on your camera, we would remove you from the hearing. Thank you very much.
My apologies, sorry.
Good afternoon, Ms. Abdal Adil.
Good
Can you raise your
afternoon.
right hand and repeat after me? I state your name,
I, Khalila Abdal Adil,
do solemnly,
do solemnly,
sincerely,
sincerely,
and truly affirm
and truly affirm
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the hearing panel
to the hearing panel
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dyer, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Khalila Abdal Adil. Welcome to the challenge proceedings before us today.
Good afternoon.
Can you kindly state, please, your name, your work address, as well as your profession for all parties attending this hearing?
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Khalila Abdal Adil. I work at 2-4 Chutu Road, El Socorro. I am the human resource analyst in the traffic warden division.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And Ms. Abdal Adil, did you submit or did you sign a witness statement in this matter on the 27th of August, 2026?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you please look at the screen? There's a document that has been shared. Can you look at the document and confirm for me, please, whether that document is in fact your witness statement and whether the signature at the end of this document is in fact your signature?
Yes, it is. That is my signature.
Thank you. And that is your witness statement, correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And the contents of this witness statement, are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I kindly ask for the witness statement of Khalila Abdal Adil to be tendered into evidence in this matter, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dyer. Mr. Johnson Acton, any objection?
No objections, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sobers, any objection?
No objection, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sobers. So the witness statement of Khalila Abdal Adil, sworn to and filed on and sworn to and filed on the 27th of August 2026 is tendered as KAA. Ms. Dyer, do you have any other questions?
No questions, Madam Chair. We can proceed now to cross-examination, please.
Great. So Mr. Johnson Acton is going to ask you some questions, right? So just listen to those questions. Ms.
Good afternoon again, Miss.
Abdal,
Kalila,
Ms. Johnson, Aten. Sorry, just let me just ask Kalila something. Ms. Abdal, Adel,
Yes.
if you need to see any of the documents that Mr. Johnson Aten mentioned, just let us know and we'll try and pull it up on the screen for you.
Okay.
Okay, you could proceed, Mr. Johnson.
yes, good afternoon again, Ms. Kalila Abdal Adil. How are
Yes.
you?
Good afternoon. I'm all right.
Good, good. Ms. Adil, I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions, and just to try to get through it as fast as possible. If you can answer either yes or no to the answers, that would be good. Could the panel please bring up page 61 of the bundle? 681.
661 or
681.
681? 681. Give us a moment.
Ms. Adil, by chance you have a copy of the bundle in front of you, or you have to see it
I
on
have
the
it.
screen?
I
You
have
have
Oh, well, actually, Mr. Johnson, we would prefer that to Ms. Abdal Adel at the screen. We're not sure what person in
Sure.
front of them, so that they look at the screen instead.
Appreciate it.
So we just give us a few minutes, we will get it up on the screen.
my as evaluation report.
Thank you for identifying that. Madam Chair, when you all are ready.
Oh, yeah, you can proceed.
Okay, Ms. Adil,
This is the current page?
681. Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Adil, could you please, panel, could you please scroll a little bit up? Hold right here. Thank you. Ms. Adil, under criterion 2 that you're seeing on the screen, technical capability. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
The line that reads proponent 1 and in brackets the findings. You see that?
Yeah.
Is there any text below that line?
No. Besides proponent 2.
Okay. And beneath proponent 2, is there any text beneath that line?
No. It's
Okay, 1 minute. Are we looking at the same document?
Yes,
You're looking at the
Madam Chair.
document on the screen here?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Page 682. Could you scroll down
Yeah.
a bit? Criterion 4. Relevant work experience. Is there any text below proponent 1?
no.
Page 683. Criterion 5. Underneath proponent 1, is there any text beneath it?
No.
Okay, thank you. And on the 4 score sheets, I believe they are pages 476 to 479. Could you please bring that up on the screen?
476? Yes,
Yes,
please, 476?
yes. Could you please bring that up
Yes.
on the screen?
Yes, we have it.
I'm not seeing it on the screen, Madam Chair.
Just give us a minute, we're gonna have it up shortly.
So, .476, yes. Are you seeing that on the screen, Ms. Adil?
Yes.
So it shows the various tenderers and the various categories which you all would have scored them against, correct?
Yeah.
Does any of them record a reason for any figure there?
Nope.
Thank you. Page 680.
One moment.
Six eight zero, section 3.3. So just scroll up a little bit, please. Right there. Okay. Are you seeing that, Ms. Adil?
Yes.
This is part of the evaluation report, is it?
It,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I don't think so. This is the committee evaluation report. I can't determine if it's that or if it's from the, hold on, huh?
Okay, Miss, Abdal.
Yeah.
Abdal. I don't want you to
Yes.
look at any document in front of you. We could go up and go through the start of the document.
Yes, yes,
Just want you to focus on the
please.
screen.
Let me just see on top.
Right?
Yeah. Yes. So yes, it is the evaluation report.
Very good. So going back to section 3.3 on page 680. A, B, C, D. The fourth step reads that the technical and financial scores were normalized to rank the proposals. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there any normalization set out anywhere in this report?
I can't see.
Okay. Page 685.
Page 685. One moment.
You seeing it, Ms. Adil?
Mhm.
Ranking of the proposals.
Yes.
The ranking table lists the technical score and
Yeah.
the price in separate columns, correct?
Yes. Yes.
The four proponents are ranked leading from the top 95 going down 74 and 35. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Page 680. 680.
It's 780.
Section 3.4. Are you seeing it, Ms. Adil?
Yes,
So does it state that all submissions were deemed responsive and advanced to the technical evaluation stage?
yes,
Thank you. Let's go back to page 685. Right. So are you seeing the proponent Jabco Limited at ranked number 3?
yes,
Are you seeing the status rated as responsive?
yes.
Thank you. Under the security specifications and innovation, which is, hold a second. Criterion 5, page 9. Page 683.
Page 683.
Page 683, 684. Right, so you're seeing the heading, Criterion 5, Security, Specifications, and Innovation.
Mhm. Yes,
Yes? And if you
yes,
scroll down that page to the bottom where it hugs page 684, so you can see the scoring of the various tenderers. Are you seeing that Inayat's Printing Company scored 0 out of 50?
yes,
The applicant was awarded 30 out of 50, correct? Which is
yes,
Jabco Limited.
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Adil. But we move to the top of this evaluation report, which would be page 675. Are you seeing it, Ms. Adil?
What? Yes, I'm seeing the page.
Okay. The date on the bottom of that page is 10th of July, 2026. Is that correct?
Yes,
And if we scroll down now to the last page of that report, which is page 686. That is scroll, yeah, okay. Is that your name? Khalil Abdal Adil?
Kalila, yes.
And you would have signed it on the 13th of July,
Yes.
2026, correct? Right.
Mhm.
And the three other members, I'm seeing Mr. Ramsarak, Mr. Crandon, and Ms. Baldeo. They all signed it on the 15th of July.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, Mr. Adil, are you aware that the applicant, which is Jabco Limited, they would have hand delivered a package for this tender on the 10th of July, 2026? Were you made aware of that?
No, no.
No. Thank you. So, 4 completed score sheets were served with your statement. That is correct, yes?
Yes.
Page 684 states of the bundle. Yes. So the page 684 of the bundle states that the evaluation matrix is attached at Appendix 1.
Yes, it is.
And are those 4 score sheets Appendix 1?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Let's go back to relevant work experience, which is criterion 4, page 682. Thank you. Are you seeing that, Ms. Adil?
Yes.
Now, it just says proponent 1, proponent 2, proponent 3, proponent 4. I think we'll have to scroll back and forth. But Inayat Sprinton was awarded 4 out of 10 under the relevant work experience. Yes?
Yes.
Jabco was also awarded 4 out of 10 under the relevant work experience. Yes?
Yes.
Is there any text beneath the findings line for either of them?
No, not in the report.
Thank you. Ms. Adil, each member of the committee completed a score sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, they did.
And the 4 sheets recorded the same figure for every tenderer in every category?
Yes, it did.
Were those figures agreed by the committee together?
Yes.
So the figure of 4 for relevant work experience was arrived at once.
The considerations right there.
I'm sorry?
The considerations as to how we arrived at the points awarded, they were right there at the top. Years of experience in the industry, previous contracts of similar size and complexity, experience applying government agencies or large organizations, and clients' references and evidence of satisfactory performance.
Thank you. But it does not state that under any of the proponents there, so it's a bit unclear. Is that fair to say?
No, we understood that for each one, putting it under each proponent to me it was going to be redundant, so that's why it was at the top, because that is what was in the document,
That's your interpretation.
the
Fair enough.
ITB document.
Okay. Okay. So you don't think you saw the need to, let's say, as I just mentioned, say why Jabco would have scored 4 as compared to Enayet's scoring 4 or the other proponents scoring 10.
I was
Mr.
supposed
Liu?
to answer that.
Yes. You don't think that was necessary at that point in time?
No, no.
Very well. Sorry, I'm hearing some other talk. Madam Chair, you saying something?
So we aren't, Miss Abdal Abel, is anyone?
Yeah.
Is anyone
Nobody is
there
in-
with you in the room? Are you on the phone?
No one is in the office
we
with
get
me,
it?
but there are other offices around me.
Okay, because
Oh,
we're
okay.
hearing voices, but
Okay.
only your mic is on. So
Yeah.
that's why I asked you.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Adil. Is there any document which records how these figures were arrived at?
It right there. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Let's scroll up to security specifications and innovation, which is criterion 5 on page 683.
Six, 8, 3. Criterion, but
Yes, right. So we're seeing Ms. Adil, under the security specifications, that this carries 50% or 50 points
Yeah.
out of the 100 technical points.
Yes.
Okay. Clause 19.25 at page 522.
it's 5 to 2.
You finished with the sticker?
But
Mr.
questions for us? The question is
For the
Mr.
person who's
Johnson,
asking me the questions, I was asking if
Uh-huh.
he was finished asking. I didn't hear
No,
a
no, no.
question
Um,
from the sticker.
So we're waiting on
Oh,
us.
sorry,
So
yes,
that's our next document.
sorry, Ms. Adil, for the silence.
Well,
Okay, so we're on page
you said 5,
522, yes.
5 to 2. So we're gonna put it up just now, Miss Abdal And then we're gonna put up 522 so you can look at it. So just bear with us for a few minutes.
Are you seeing it, Ms. Adil?
Yes, I'm seeing.
I think you need to scroll up a little bit.
Mhm.
Let me see. Yes. Right. Oh yeah. Thank you. So under the security specifications
Mhm.
/ innovation, please scroll down a little bit. A little bit again. Hold here.
You want us to go to the other page?
Hold here. Sorry?
I was just asking if you wanted us to go to the other page, 523, or stop, then you said hold it.
It's okay. I'll do it sequentially. So under the security specifications / innovation, part 5, you're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet points there. Could you scroll down now, please? Hold there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you're seeing that there are 10 separate
11.
requirements under that criteria.
11. Yeah, 11 requirements there.
11. 1, 2, 3.
Stickers, samples must be provided. That is also a requirement.
I'm following everything you're saying, Mr. Ali. If you were to scroll up a little bit again, right? So we're seeing, hold on there. So we're seeing 4 bullet points there. Now these are the requirements, right? Out of your own solicitation document. These are 4 bullet points, correct?
Mhm. Yeah.
Let me scroll down there now. Hold there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including the sticker samples that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
So it's 10. Or am I not seeing something?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's 10 separate requirements under that criterion. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any document recording how those 50 points were distributed across those 10 requirements?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Ms. Adil, the applicant, which is myself, Jabco Limited, scored 30.
Yeah.
Another tenderer scored 40. Can you point me to anything written down that records why?
Why what? Why you got 30?
Yes.
Okay,
Or anybody.
so
Any
all right.
proponent.
So there were requirements, and the reason that they asked for the sticker sample to be provided so that we would have been able to hold it and ensure that all these 9 other requirements were fulfilled. Only one proponent provided a sample, nobody else. So we were not able to check all the other requirements with the others. Hence the reason only one person got full marks and the others were given a mark that was decided by the committee.
Okay, so it was just decided on the spot how much to give proponent A, proponent B, what have you.
Yes, because the documents that we were working with did not say how much to give to anything.
Thank you, Mr. Adil.
Yeah.
Under the technical capability criterion, sorry, we have to go back to your witness statement. That is, you can go to page 398, well, scrolling down.
What is the page 398? Give us something about the please up out of the table.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize my mic was muted. I was just saying page 398 is the beginning of the witness statement for Ms. Adil. I am just looking for the precise page that I'm looking to refer to. Yes, sorry. Page 470. Panel page 470.
Thank you very much. 470.
Criterion 2, the technical capability. Thank you very much, Ms. Adil. Are you seeing it on the page?
Yes,
On the screen, sorry.
yes.
Under the technical capability criterion, the applicant would have scored 25 out of 25. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is full marks. Is that correct?
Yes.
25 out of 25. And Power Cycle Limited would have scored 20 out of 25 on that same criterion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adil. Madam Chair, no further questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sobans, any questions?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Mr. Sobans.
Okay.
Can I ask Mr. Sobans, can I ask a question? Who is Mr.
Yes,
Sobans?
Well,
I'm going to introduce
Mr.
myself.
Sobans
Oh,
is the representative for Power Cycle. So you just spoke with, you were questioned by the representative from Jabco. This is the representative for Power Cycle now.
Thank you, Mr. Abdel, for asking that. I was going to introduce myself. Just a few questions. Can the committee confirm that the solicitation document required tenders to submit physical samples as part of their tender submission?
yes, they were supposed to.
What was the purpose for requiring physical samples, particularly given the procurement was for a physical security product?
Say that again?
What was the purpose for requiring physical samples?
So that the committee could check to ensure that the security specifications that the ministry asked for were there. So there were certain fields that you had to fill on the sticker that we needed to see. The only person that was fully responsive was Power Cycle. In that we got the sticker and we were able to check to ensure it was what the ministry wanted.
Okay. Did the committee consider the sample requirement to be a substantive part of the technical evaluation or merely an administrative requirement?
No, it was very substantive because it held for the most points.
Okay. And as you said earlier, Power Cycle Limited submitted the required physical samples with the stipulated tender deadline.
Yes, they did.
At the time the committee conducted its evaluation, did Jabco have a compliant sample submitted by the stipulated deadline available
No.
for evaluation?
No, they didn't. No one else had. The only company that had was Power Cycle.
Was the committee ever advised before the tender closed that Jabco had been granted an extension or permission to submit its samples after the deadline?
No. We got no such advice or information.
Do you know if any such extension or opportunity was communicated equally to all tenderers?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
The committee only dealt with what was in front of them at the time. We got the file and each proposal from the bidder. That's it.
Okay. After completing its technical and financial evaluation in accordance with the solicitation document, did the committee recommend Power Cycle Limited as the successful tenderer?
Yes, we did.
Was Power Cycle's recommendation based on scores actually achieved through the committee's evaluation process?
Yes, they did.
Did the committee identify any material non-compliance by Power Cycle Limited that would have prevented it from being recommended for the award?
No, we didn't.
Had the committee applied the same published requirements and evaluation methodology again to the tenders as they exist at the closing deadline? Is there any technical basis upon which Power Cycle Limited will no longer be the recommended tenderer?
I can't answer that.
Let me repeat the question.
The committee, we did what we were supposed to do as a committee. We passed off the evaluation report with our recommendations and our process ended there.
Okay. And we heard this before, but can the committee confirm that Jabco received 4 out of 10 for relevant work experience?
Yes, they did.
Under the solicitation evaluation methodology, was the consequences of a tenderer receiving less than the stipulated minimum score in an evaluation category? What is the outcome of that? What is the consequence of that?
Of getting up the less than the minimum,
Yeah.
you were actually supposed to be disqualified.
Okay.
Not being able to move
this
on to the other,
categories.
which, yes.
Okay. Did the committee apply that minimum score requirement to Jabco 4 out of 10 score? If not, why not?
One question at a time, Proceedings.
So I have to answer the both of them one time. So Jabco was not this.
Miss Adel, can
Yeah.
you look into the camera? It's here. Look at us, please. It's the
It's,
Yes.
yeah, because it reflecting on my glasses. That's why I keep looking down and it's hurting my eyes. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes. So I close my eyes. So Jabco was not, they got the minimum score, less than the minimum score, but they were not disqualified. I cannot say why, because it is not in the document, so I cannot add something into this proceeding that was not in the document. So
Okay.
the end all of the entire the committee deliberations is the sticker was the main focus. The providing the sticker was the main focus of this entire process. Only one person submitted it. We were not able to check the others. We saw they depicted like Jabco sent like a photocopy of something, and Shirami sent like a sticker, a depiction of the stickers. That's all I could put it as, a depiction of the stickers. So we valued it on that, but the end result was we did not get the sticker to be able to value them properly.
If Power Cycle had not submitted a sticker, what would you think the evaluation would
Well,
have
okay,
been?
Mr. Sobers. We can't answer a question which is going to be asked to speculate. Power Cycle did
Yes.
submit, which is the case. You can't
And that's
answer
it,
something that's
yeah.
not part of this case.
My apologies, Madam Chair. My apologies. Thank you, Ms. Abdin. That's the
Welcome.
end of my
Thank you.
question.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert.
Yeah, thank you. So, Ms. Abdel, what date you were appointed on the, get the correct date? Date of, on July 9th, 2026, officially.
Yeah.
What date did you receive, what date did you receive the file from the procurement unit?
The 10th, when we did the actual evaluation.
And what time was your meeting?
10 o'clock in the morning, 10 a.m.
So you received the documentation at the meeting or before the meeting?
Just before the meeting, I got everything.
And this was in hard copy or by email?
Hard copy. You mean the proponents' bids and stuff?
Yeah, all the documents that you need
Yes.
to connect.
Yes, I got it just before the meeting.
Did you and the rest of the committee have time to read the documents in full? If you received the documents at the time of the meeting,
No.
the morning of the meeting,
No, we got the bids and but when I got the appointment letter, I got the tender document and example of how to do the evaluation report by email.
so the day before you got you didn't get the tenders of all the proponents?
No,
Because you were not
I
done. So
got
you
it
got
on the 10th.
you got the ministry's request for proposals.
Yes, by
Okay.
email.
So, but you would not have had a time, you would have gotten the four tenderers that you had to evaluate. You'd have gotten that documentation on the morning of the meeting.
Yes, same time as the meeting. Actually.
And so how are you, so you and the other committee members convened the meeting without having reviewed the documentation?
Yeah, we viewed them before we made a decision. We went through them.
Okay, so it was like a working meeting. So in the reviewing, did the committee note the absence of samples?
Yes.
Did you also note from the minutes the request for a clarification on the submission, the deadline for submission of the sample.
Yes, in the minutes, somebody in the pretender meeting, someone asked
Okay.
if
And if
they
you're
could,
saying that this, okay, no, sorry. Go ahead.
yes,
Sorry,
someone asked if they needed to ask for more time. And the commissioner told them they have to put it in writing. Sure, that's what I
Ms.
said.
Others?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
sorry. Do you want to see the minutes? Because that don't appear in the minutes, so.
Yeah,
Would
I
you like to
see.
see the minutes?
yes.
Right, let's look at the minutes.
Sure, I see.
Because that's not the evidence from your department. Just give us a few minutes and we pull up the minutes. If I could, the teams are fine. Page 550. Page 550. Ms. Adel,
Yeah.
we prefer if you not to look at anything, with anything you need to look at to give us evidence, we're gonna put it up on screen.
Okay. It's done. Go down.
Right, so, okay, stop, pause.
Oh, go
So you
down,
saw
I saw
question
it.
3. So there's a question, if the first question is if samples are, if they require samples.
Licensing authority requires samples. And the answer is
Right.
page
That's the
44 of the tender document indicated that samples must be provided.
Right, so that's the first question about the samples here,
Mhm.
whether or not they have to be provided.
Okay, there.
Right, you see the second question here?
As long as the tender is submitted, can the samples be provided after the deadline? And I said this question must be submitted in writing.
Okay, all right, so this is what you all are saying, I've heard at the meeting, all right? That's what you
Yes.
understood.
Yeah.
Continue, discuss.
Okay. So in noting that, did you also see in that file the emails from one of the tenderers requesting, querying, actually submitting in writing that the email of July 1st and 2nd requiring, inquiring as to whether the samples could be provided after the deadline date? Was that part of the file that was given to you?
I can't recall. I can't recall that. If that was in the file.
Okay, so did you, are you aware that under clause 17 of the, so you received the tender document?
Yeah.
Right, I don't know if you could pull that up for her to see, I did mark it. It's page 520.
Page 520.
item 17, I think it is, clause 17. So under clause 17, the employer has the ability to ask tenderers for clarification relating to their tender proposal. Did you
Yes.
consider, having seen that there were the omission of samples from, well, the sample was from only one, and that in the minutes there was a query relating to the provision of the sample? Did the committee consider exercising this clause to request clarification?
No, because in their proposal, where they asked for the sample, they provided a depiction of it in their tender documents that we got, where there was supposed to be the sample. They sent something, but it was not a sticker sample. They sent like, as I say, a copy, a depiction of it. One of the proponents sent something looking very close as if it was a sticker, but then when we check, it was just like something that you print out on a paper. And then the other one looked like a copy.
Okay, so but noting that this carried 50% of the marks, noting yourself that this was a significant part of your evaluation, right? Did you not consider seeking verification, clarification as to whether there was no samples to be provided? And if a request for an extension of time was given?
No, we didn't. Because as I said, they placed this thing in their document. So we assume that this is what they were providing.
Spreadsheet. So I come back to the fact of having had little time to review a document, and that this was a significant part of the scoring matrix. That a request for clarification could have been to assure the committee that you could proceed based on what you had in front of you. You all did not see the relevance of that.
No.
Okay. So in your item 3 of your tender evaluation report, can you pull up her report? Not sure what page it is. But while she's pulling that up, maybe I can ask you, the evaluation matrix, how did you give a different rating for the sample? What were the points deducted for not having a sample?
We did not have a point system for it. So I depended on the subject matter expert to tell us what to look for as to give the marks.
So it was based on your review, whether it was a sample, the image or depiction. It was more your interpretation of that, how you're signing marks, not that you reduce marks because of the difference of the sample.
Yeah.
And the subject, okay. So maybe that could lead into my next question, which is item 3 of your tender evaluation report, where you state that you acted independently and collectively. I need to understand that, because as was indicated before, all, the method you used was that all the evaluators gave the same points. So what was the independent evaluation? How did you conduct, how did each member act independently?
When they looked at the bids in front of us, the samples in front of us, they checked independently as to what score they would give. And then we came together and say, well, I propose this. And we gave them a score.
So what was the method? How did you choose? If each of the four gave a different, came back and said a different ranking,
Mhm.
what was the approach used to determine what was the agreed? Was it an average?
We
What was the
depended on the
methodology
subject
that
matter
you applied?
expert. We depended on the subject matter expert to clarify for us, especially with the sticker samples to help to assist us with the marks.
Okay. And who was the subject matter expert in the committee?
Mr. Ram Sawak or something like that is his name.
So when you say dependent, that is not collective. That's a single person leading the evaluation.
No. He would give
Influencing.
us, so he was the subject matter expert. So he would explain to us, well, you have to look at this, look at that, look. And then we collectively said, okay, well, I'm not seeing this, so I'll minus. I'm not seeing this, I'm seeing this. We would give a mark. And so we decided if we had, I noted that if we had like a mark that we weren't comfortable with, we would kind of trash it out among ourselves. And that's how we came up with all the marks.
Was it unanimous on all points?
Yes, it was. That's why they signed the report.
All right. Could you explain how you assess innovation?
Well, as I said, we looked at the sample that they gave us.
How was innovation? What was the criteria or distinction for innovation? So you had specifications, which you explained, led by the subject matter expert. You assessed if it met the specification. That's how you came to a point. What was the treatment for innovation?
I guess we
Weren't there any innovations seen? Were there any, how did you define innovation?
well, innovation was kind of how the sticker looked, how it felt. There was like security features that we had to feel for. So
Innovation is something that you did not ask for or gives you some kind of unique benefit, an additional value. I don't know how it looked. So it doesn't sound to me like you had a criteria for innovation or an assessment of innovation. You need to help me here.
Well, the sticker was mostly about, Probably we didn't do any innovation because the sticker was about specifications and stuff.
Now in your letter of appointment, you were given a time to complete, which was less than a week. You also, did this guide you're just doing the evaluation in one day? And did you consider, was there a need, did this sort of press you to complete?
Nobody was
To
pressing
not-
me. No, we sat down and we went through it. We left there.
Not hearing you.
It's the point. We just went through it.
And what time how long was that process? How long was the process? You said you
We were there
started
from
about
10.
10.
10, yeah. And we
What
stayed
time
there
did you complete?
about after 3 in the afternoon. 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah.
And did you have who wrote the report? Did you write the report or did you have
Yes.
a secretary assigned?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay, could you explain in terms of the agreement at the meeting, did the committee agree on the recommendation?
Yes.
And you signed off on all those sheets at the meeting?
Which is the matrix under? Yes.
Yes, the evaluation sheets are signed off. So in terms of signing the hard copy of the evaluation report, was that a matter of circulation or logistics or what?
So when I
Yeah.
completed it, I emailed it to the committee members. They agreed. I printed and I carried it to the procurement department. And they had to go there
You
because
signed it
everybody
before you sent it?
signed it before.
Did you sign
Given it to the
before you sent it to the procurement union? Yes.
Yes, yes. And
Okay.
then
All right.
the others came. They are different
Okay.
localities, so they had to come to sign.
I think yeah.
Okay, so Ms. Abdal, I have a few questions, right? You agree with me that this tender was for the supply and delivery of secure stickers?
Yes,
So it's really a product we're dealing with, right?
yeah.
Not a service, right? And in assessing the tender, the technical component, is it that you will assess whether the components satisfy the specification for the stickers? That's for the technical part.
Yeah, yes.
And those specifications would have been what, I guess we could go back to the document. It is page, that's what you want. It's 25 marks, Ms. Abdal. Adel, please look at the camera and not down. Right. The 20 those specification or the technical aspect carry 25 marks.
I believe so.
Right. And okay, let's go on to page 522. Because I am a bit confused. I just need some clarity. Look at the document there. Right, okay, stop right there. So you see in the heading that says security, specification, and innovation,
Yes.
right? So, and it says 5, the specified secure stickers must have the following specification. See that, right?
Yeah.
So what follows there, 1, 2, 3, 4, those are part of the technical, those were part of the technical assessment or evaluation.
Yeah.
Those 4 things. Could we now move up a bit to 523? So those are 4. So you see it describing what the sticker must have. And the
Yes.
sticker should be oval in shape, the dimensions, the material used, counterfeit proof, the ink used must resist fading in the sunlight. All stickers must be sequentially numbered. The sticker substrate must be supplied with perforated rolls. So you agree that those other 5 there are things that the sticker was required to have. Those are part of the technical evaluation, right?
Yes. Yes.
Right. But you all didn't break down how you're going to evaluate that, correct?
No. There
Right.
was
And the
no.
last one there, right? And the last one there said sticker sample must be provided. You all give us a separate 50 points for those for that?
No.
Okay, so in the cross examination from Mr. Johnson Artin, he because he got 30 and the total was 50.
Yeah.
Right? And you said that he didn't get 50 because he had no sticker.
Yes. Well, he
So
didn't
is it
get
that
total.
last?
No, he didn't get the
Yes, he didn't get
total
50, which
50.
is the total. Right,
Yeah.
but 50 is total.
Mhm.
Right. So to have the total, you must only satisfy the last requirement, correct? All you had to do to get the 50 was have the last requirement there of the technical.
No. No. If you have all the others and you have this, you get 50. So if you have some of these
So, okay,
and you don't have
hold
this.
on. The 2 separate criteria we're looking at. The first criteria was the technical type criteria, which carried 25 marks. So is it that you reconsider the same technical criteria when you are assessing what comprised the 50 marks?
Technical capability.
Technical capability.
Right? Mark is technical capability, which is the people skills, the people. That's
Okay.
25 points.
Oh no, but you're telling that. Okay, so the 25 is for the people skills, not for those things.
Exactly. To know what you're
But
asking.
no, I asked you before because I was not sure in terms of if it was for this. So all of this there is what made up
Yeah.
the 2050 mark.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
But
I think, yeah.
But I want to come back though on that. Because I'm still, even though you explained to me it was your assessment of how they interpreted all these requirements, but there's no interpretation about an oval in shape. Right? There's no interpretation of material used. There's no interpretation on ink. So in terms of the difference between an actual sample and the image or the depiction, the variation between 2 contractors, I'm not understanding that variation. I understand that it is treated differently, but I'm not understanding that what seems to me just doesn't have a basis. Sequentially numbered, that's not an interpretation of what you think that mark should be. These are all very sort of identifiable criteria, which does not relate to an actual sample, right? So how did you distinguish, how did you come with that gap, that difference?
So I didn't set these specifications. We just had to look at the samples that we had to ensure that these things were fulfilled. So whoever created the document with us who is supposed to answer that? We just could answer, the committee could just say, we gave the marks because of these specifications.
Thanks. One other question. Do you know if there was a recording of the meeting that was held, the 12th of June? Do you all have a recording?
Of what? Of the committee meeting? No, the committee's
No,
meeting?
not the committee meeting, not the committee.
Oh.
No, not the committee meeting, with the tenderers.
No, I don't know.
You're not sure?
No, I'm not sure.
So when you all met as a committee, you all relied on just the minutes as the concerns raised in the meeting, the pre-bed meeting I meant, sorry, I'm a bit.
The
The
pre-tender
pre-bed,
meeting?
yes. I know it's late, Miss
Yes.
Yeah, but
And
kind of
it's
stay with me,
not
please,
it's not that I don't want to look at you all. I do this to hear properly. Remember, my ears covered. So I'm not hearing you
okay,
as loud as you think I
Okay.
am hearing.
understood.
So,
Okay, well, that being said, I'll speak a bit louder. Right,
Thank
the
you.
pre-bid meeting,
yes.
right. What the information you got on the pre-bid meeting was limited to what is in the minutes?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Thank you. No further questions. Ms. Dyer, do you have any re-examination?
No re-examination, Madam Chair.
Mr. Johnson Atten?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sobers?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adel. You are relieved. Thank you very much for coming and making yourself available to assist the panel with this matter. You have a
Thank
good
you.
evening, so you can come
You
off the
too.
link.
All right.
Ms. Dyer, is this the case for the respondent?
Yes, this ends the case for the respondent, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so parties, Mr. Johnson Atten, Ms. Sobers, Ms. Dyer, are we going to do closing arguments orally? Are you all going to do them in writing? We start with you, the applicant.
Madam Chair, I'm happy with either choice if you prefer me to talk or if you would prefer it in writing.
Well, you tell us what is your preference? Let's find out what the others say. Ms. Dyer?
Madam Chair, I would prefer written arguments, please.
Yes. Mr. Sobers, do you intend to make written arguments or do you want to address us now?
It could be a bit lengthy, so I would send it in to you. I mean, I like hearing my voice and I like expressing myself, but I would send it in to you.
Thank you for your honesty. Okay, so Mr. Johnson Atkins, would it be okay if we just give directions for you to file written submissions?
That is fine.
Or you still
Madam
want to
Chair.
give a brief, or do you want to give a brief oral submission now still?
No. I think we've covered quite a lot today, and I
Yes.
prefer to leave everything for the balance for the written submissions, closing submissions.
Right. So as you all know, we have to give our decision within 20 days from the application, which means we have to give our decision on the 9th of September. That being said, we have a very strict timelines. We would want you all to file the written submissions by 4 p.m. tomorrow, the 3rd of September.
I'm good with that, Madam Chair.
Yes. Mr. Johnson Atten.
I shall certainly endeavor to have it in by 4
Yes.
p.m.
Ms. Dyer.
Yes, Chair, that is fine with me as
Right. So I know we were a little bit, we allowed you all the extensions of time earlier, but we have a decision to give. So if you all need us to consider all the documents, we implore that you file on time tomorrow, right? You don't have to repeat the skeleton submissions. You can rely on that. You can just add to the skeletal submission. So no need to refile the same authorities and so forth. Right? Because we have the skeletal submissions. We will give our decision. We will email you an order. Yes, Ms. Dyer. I'm sorry, I saw Ms. Dyer's hand.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I would actually allow you to finish saying what you had to say in order for me to proceed to my next point. So you can complete and then I will just raise my point afterwards.
No, I was going to indicate that the decision would come by way of an order on the 9th, and then 30 days thereafter, we'll give our written reasons. Right. At latest the 9th, because that's the date. And 30 days thereafter, we have to give the written reasons. So we don't have to come back before the panel. So Ms. Dyer, question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This morning we would have received an application for costs by the applicant. I just wanted some guidance as to how we will be dealing with that aspect of it. But the respondent hasn't been able to review the matter in totality in order for us to give any kind of response at this time. But I just want to put like some guidance from the panel as to how exactly we deal with that matter as it relates to costs.
Yes, Ms. Dyer. So basically the panel will review. So after we make a decision, we will determine if we are minded to award the cost. However, if you do have some submissions as it relates to the application for cost, you are welcome to include it in your closing submission. Meaning that we're not going to need after the decision. Anything that you want us to consider, you should put it in the closing submission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm guided.
Thank you, Mr. Sobas.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sobas.
Yes, I leave the country early next week. I was just trying to figure out if we have to meet like this again. That was the only concern.
No, Mr. Sobas. No. This is the last meeting. Unfortunately, we won't get to hear you again. Right? It is certain at least. We are emailing the order to all the parties and then we email the reasons.
Okay.
Right, so this is the end of the hearing. There is something that I do want from the respondent. I know one of your witnesses, I believe it was Ms. Sandy Agard, mentioned the market research. Now, we can't consider it for the decision itself because it wasn't disclosed, but I would like that you send it to the panel because it may be a consideration for us in terms of the type of order we make, in terms of release. Right,
Yes.
So no need to disclose it because we don't want the proponents to know what is in it. Right, it's just for the sake of the panel to try to guide us.
Yes, Madam Chair.
In terms of the order. Right, so if you can get that to us, I know you have the submissions to do, but if not at the same time, shortly thereafter,
Yes,
or in
Madam
any
Chair.
event before the end of Friday. Is there anything that any party would like to raise? Just check with my panel members and you can put on. Anything you'd like to raise, Mr. Johnson Atten? Any questions?
No, Madam Chair.
So thank you kindly, everyone, for the time and the effort you all put into preparing for these proceedings and assisting the panel. To have a good afternoon, and we look forward to receiving your submissions on time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
very
Chair.
much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all.
Everyone is relieved.
Take care.
Afternoon.